Long enough. Yes, you have to go down. Which is all of them. I heard you're, I heard that you're, you've got a chair up there, right?
It's a.
Okay, perfect.
Where is, how does this camera work?
It's a 360 camera on top, and the whole thing's a speaker, has a microphone, so everything you're saying right now.
Smile. Smile, you're a YouTube star. Just visiting Facebook. Okay.
Give me 1 second to get the.
6 people aren't in the waiting room.
Yeah, hold on.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Basically,
We're good? Okay. Hello, everyone. This is the October 9th regular meeting for the town council. And we'll call to order and let's stand for the pledge of allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. Done. Here.
Here.
Carol,
Here,
Chris,
here.
and JD, is it, you on?
Virtual. Yep.
He's here and I'm here. So we have, both levels on council, please. First order of business is public input. And, we open this to the public. Anyone who wants to, speak, please come up to the podium, announce your name. Typically we give 3 minutes, so. Would anybody like to address the council or the?
I do.
No, that's a no. Brian was.
Yeah. Public, oh.
Well, still say your name, and so it's on the.
I'm Brian Cooper. I live in Shoreline 1. 2 quick things. One is, I know the Economic Development Committee has been doing quite a bit of work. I haven't seen a summary of results or anything. If we could get that either at the next meeting or on the website or something, that would be nice. And secondly, I'm very interested in tonight's discussion about how we're going to solve the no left-hand turn and no U-turn for Elkhorn. And I got a teaser from Ralph that we might have some alternatives for that. I'm very interested in that. That's just all I have to say.
Great, Brian, thanks.
Am I allowed to?
Yeah, you are, but I just, can we get the public first?
Oh,
and then
sure.
I'll flip back to you, Carol. So is anyone else up there who wants to stand up and say anything? How about anyone online? Alicia that wants to, that has their hand up. I don't see anything. She may have a better view.
I don't see anything. Do you want to go over the procedure on how to do that?
Yes, what is it, *6 and *9?
Uh-huh.
To raise your hand and to open up your channel to communicate to us. So if anybody'd like to, raise their hand on their Zoom, they can do that. And then if you're on the phone, it's *6 and *9. Going once, going twice, going three times. I guess that will close public input if no one else. Oh, I'm sorry, Carol. I apologize.
Okay, do you want me to go over there?
No.
And I'm okay from here. Okay, first of all, I want to be extremely respectful to our Hideout staff and people in Hideout, the people that are here in the audience. But I would like to have it go on record that we received our final packet with quite a few changes in it at 6:42 last night. And it was 268 pages, and this morning at 8:28, another 7 pages came through. Plus, at 5 o'clock tonight, we got a revised packet. Okay, I really try to be a conscientious council member and read everything in my packet. And I think that when we get a packet this late, it's almost impossible. I have had a very busy day. I have done everything I can think of to read through it. I'm almost through it. I just haven't read the final packet that came out at 5 o'clock tonight. But I've read everything else with a lot of stress. And I don't understand how we as a functioning town council are expected to make intelligent, informative decisions about things when we get the information this late. I'd also like to make a comment that the planning commission has adopted new rules that we have reviewed in this packet. And they are, in their rules, they are saying that they will not hear anything or discuss anything unless it comes 3 days in advance. And so my comment is that we need to be treated as respectfully as the planning commission. I think we have just as important, if not more important, decisions to make. And we need to get our information in a timely manner so that we can go through it, we can understand it, and we can make informed decisions. So that's my comment. And all of you in the audience that are listening to me, I mean, I really, during this meeting, I want to make good decisions, but it's almost impossible to read 270 some pages in less than 24 hours and then a revision that came in at 5 o'clock. So be aware of that. I will try.
Well, for me, at least, I don't think you get any pushback on anybody else. I'm feeling the same way. That we talked about this over the years, so.
Yes, many times we
yeah.
talked about it. It was supposed to be delivered on Friday before our meeting.
So, I think we need to continue to monitor this, and just not allow it, period. So, it's, you can't digest that much information that fast. No human being can unless you chat GPT or something.
What is it doing? It's into your
And-
ears.
So none of us, no human beings capable of digesting 270 pages of information and then understand where the deltas are, the changes are. It's impossible. So I think, we could adopt a very similar rule. 3 days, if it's not in 3 days beforehand, we can't take it as part of the council meeting discussion. And so, I'd say, I don't know if that, Polly, does that need a vote for, or is that just administrative?
Ordinance.
I mean, it can be just administrative, but we can also, I was thinking, since we just redid the planning, or since we just did the planning commission rules and regulations, council has them as well, and I thought it would be a good time to revisit them over the next few months. So, yeah.
Well, I'd assume even if we need to vote on it, the next meeting, or we need to write something up officially, I would say that should be to Carol's point, we really want to take them. It's way too hard to deal with this. Let's just, unofficially, let's operate under those conditions, and then we'll operate if we need to with something in order before council, so. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. And I will say that I did go through the planning commission rules and I thought they were.
Okay, great comment. Any other public input? I think that was the end of anyone online, is that correct? Alicia? And, anyone else on the council? Okay,
I'll just say one thing, but ultimately, it's the mayor's job to set the agenda and run the meeting. So I think we're looking to the mayor to enforce those.
well, I certainly can. It sits on my lap. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
So, let's move on to first agenda item, which is the CRA presented by Rob Sant, who is going to take us through that, and Spencer Foster. Rob and Spencer, are you online? I
Yep,
see
we're
Rob.
here.
And do I see
Yep.
Spencer?
I'm here.
Yeah. Video. Rob, do you want to kick this off on what you want to talk about?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the town council. So, for those in attendance, I'm Rob Sant. I'm the town's, so the title on there is my Sandy City title, but I'm also the consultant for Hideout, the economic development financial consultant, and then Spencer Foster. He works for Mountain Land Association of Governments, and he helps various towns and other entities in MAG with any sort of needs that they have. And so both he and I have a lot of background in CRAs. And so we're both here as tools and experts that you guys can use throughout this process. But what I kind of wanted to do is give an overall update on where we are with creating the Community Reinvestment Agency. If you remember a few months ago, you as a town adopted a resolution to create, or an ordinance to create the Hideout Community Reinvestment Agency. There's a couple of steps that we need to do before we receive a certificate of creation from the Lieutenant Governor. And we're working on those steps right now. The one that has kind of held us up that Hell Engineering is working on is creating a kind of it's called a final entity plat, which will then take and create the Community Reinvestment Agency. So we're hopeful to get that here in the next few weeks. And then once we have that, we'll submit that along with the other documentation to the Lieutenant Governor, and then we will officially have a Community Reinvestment Agency in Hideout. And then once we have the agency, what you do as a town council is you will have the authority and the ability to create what are known as community reinvestment areas. And there are a few right now in the town that are being considered, one of which is the Richardson Flat annexation area, that 350 acre parcel or parcels. And so what we thought would be beneficial for the town is to kind of go over a really high level budget, just so you have an understanding of what could be developed and what type of revenues could be generated on this area of the town. It's important to note that this is a really high level budget where we kind of made some general assumptions based on values per acre that could be on the development. The next step will be to work directly with the landowner to get the actual development plan of what they anticipate, which I know we have some of that, and then we'll create a really detailed high level budget, or sorry, a really detailed budget that gets into the actuals that could be developed on the site and what that will produce. So what I want to do is kind of just walk through the high level budget. I know that as the town, we have a lot of experience with MIDA and MIDA areas, and then CRAs are a little different. They use the same financing tool. So both use incremental tax revenues. In a MIDA area, they call it property tax allocation. And in a CRA, it's called tax increment financing, or TIF, but it's the same tool. Just one is controlled by MIDA and the other, the CRA, is controlled at the town level through your reinvestment agency. So I will share my screen, or do you have and I could just go over this if you don't have the budget available. I know I sent it last week, but if not, I could just, what we've done is we've assumed that 120 acres will be developed of the 350. The other acreage will be open space, which is something that was really important to the town. And then we've assumed that there could be about $3 million of building values per acre. And so what that would mean for the town is after some of the residential and other exemptions, you'd have about a little north of $300 million of new taxable value, which would produce for the town specifically about $250,000 of revenue, property tax revenue. And then entity-wide, taxing entity-wide, it would be about $2.4 million of property tax. And so what you do, if you remember, with community reinvestment areas, is you negotiate with the other taxing entities. So with this one, it would be Summit County, Park City School District, and then the special service districts, and you negotiate and ask them to share for a specific period of time a portion of the incremental growth that would happen in the area. And so that could be anywhere from 15 years to 20 years, 50% to 80% of tax increment. What we've assumed here is 70% for 20 years. And that would give you about $26 million of property tax increment that then you could reinvest into the back into the project area. And that money could be used for a lot of different things. It could be used for infrastructure. It could be used for incentivizing development if there's gaps in financing. It could be used for public infrastructure, both within the project area and outside of the project area, as long as it benefits the project area. So it's a pretty good tool. There's also some money that could go towards housing. And then also there's a portion of it that would go towards project area administration. I don't know if there are any questions before we kind of go on any further.
Hey, Rob, this is Chris Fire. Is there something we should be looking at? It looks like you're looking at something on your screen, but we don't see anything.
Yeah, so I tried to share the screen and then it
Let's try that again.
yeah, you got it.
And you did I'm sorry, your time horizon was, again, as we're talking, was that 20 or 40 years?
So this is a 20-year. So with the CRA, right, that's another difference between MIDA and, make this bigger, between MIDA and a CRA is MIDA, they have a specific time frame. So it's 75% of the property tax for a 25-year period, and then they could extend for an additional 15-year period. With a CRA, the timing and the percentages, those are all negotiated with each individual taxing entity. So what we've assumed here, again, these are the taxing entities that I mentioned.
Yeah, why don't you increase the size, particularly in the first couple of years, because I think people would like to see, yeah, there you go, Rob, thank you.
Yep, you got it. So yeah, so you have Summit County, Park City School District, Hideout, Weber Basin Water, Park City Fire, Summit County Mosquito, and Snyderville Basin Recreation District. And so what you do for in a community reinvestment area is you meet with each individual taxing entity and what we call it is it's a but-for analysis. So we would meet before we would meet the taxing entities, we would meet with the property owners in the project area. And we would discuss, hey, what are some of the needs or what are some of the issues that would make you need to have public participation. And again, as I mentioned before, that could be there's a heavy infrastructure lift that's not typical in a development. In some cases, it could be land costs are very high. There's a lot of different reasons why you would create a project area. Some cases, it could be that, specifically for Hideout, commercial, it might not make sense because there isn't commercial yet. And so sometimes as a town, you would need to incentivize that first commercial area. That could be another reason why we'd create a project area. And so once you have that number, then you go and you would negotiate with the taxing entities. So in this case, we're assuming 70% budget for a 20-year period. And so at full build out, again, you're about $2.3 million in property tax. For a Hideout, this is where you're at the $247,000 number. And so at 70%, you would have the $1.6 million that you annually that you would be able to use to help kick off or help spur that development, pay for the infrastructure costs. And over a 20-year period, that's where you would have the $26 million for a CRA. And again, the next step in this process would be to meet with the property owner and get a more specific budget ironed out, so we would know what exactly that number would be. And I don't know if there's any general questions about CRAs. Feel free to interrupt.
Yeah, I guess, Rob, this is Jonathan Gunn. I have a couple of questions. So your calculations assume that a taxing body like the Park City Fire Department is going to give up 70% of its revenue. What's in it for them? In other words, if I'm on the Park City Fire Department board and a town comes to me with this proposal, why would I want to give up that much of my revenue that I need to operate whatever it is I do, whether I'm the mosquito abatement district, fire department, whatever what's the pitch? What's in it for them? Why would they agree to this? Help me understand their side of the equation.
Great question. So the first thing to, and Spencer, feel free to jump in as well. The first thing to note is this is future revenue, right? So it's not current revenue, it's revenue that will be generated. And then the rationale for their participation is it's twofold. It could be that, hey, this type of density maybe wouldn't happen but for participating, or it could be, hey, we're going to have a hotel, for instance, but because of different financing issues, the hotel needs a little bit of assistance. And if we didn't have that assistance, then maybe it would be, instead of a hotel, it would be 50 single family homes. And so that hotel could produce additional revenue that the single family homes wouldn't produce. And so there's a lot of those give and takes that would make them want to participate, because right now we haven't looked at what the taxes are on this, but a lot of the times it could be a pretty small number where they're getting, maybe let's say the fire district, they're getting $30,000 in property taxes a year on this. And with the development and with incentivizing the density or whatever the case, that number a lot of the times increases 200%, 300%. And what you're saying is, hey, without investing in this public infrastructure, that couldn't be developed. I don't know, Spencer, if there's anything else you want to add.
No, that was exactly what I was gonna say is just without the development happening. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, without the development happening and the project area being created, it wouldn't go forward. And so that's the main incentive for these taxing entities to participate is um, if they participate, then there's going to be infrastructure built. There's going to be um, commercial built, higher density built, like Rob has been saying. Um, and if the taxing entities don't participate, then that would not happen. So That's the main incentive for them to participate is for that but for analysis. But for our participation, this would not happen. So that's just my little 2 cents.
All right, well, thank you.
So it seems to me that in order to get the participation of the taxing entities, we have to be doing something in this project area that they want. Would that be a fair statement?
Something that's, yeah, mutually beneficial, correct?
So we're talking about the realities of regional planning, right? These are things we've talked about for a long time, wanting to be, a good partner with our neighbors. So Park City, Summit County, Wasatch County, Mida, all of the unincorporated areas that are part of Wasatch County that are nearby. We want to be a good neighbor, and the kinds of development that we would at Hideout be targeting in the Richardson Flat annexation area, which is the 350 acres, would need to be mutually beneficial, and we have to take into account the vision and wants of all those taxing entities. And then the question, there is a question here. Is it necessary to have every taxing entity have an agreement with every one of them? And as you said, I think you said the terms would be variable. Is that right? They'd be variable by entity, or how does that work? And then the question to answer is, does the CRA only work if every taxing entity is able to reach agreement with Hideout?
So great questions. So the first one you talked about is that mutually beneficial, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, hey, for the type of development, but like right now, just pulling up Richardson Flats as an example. So one of the parcels, which is 145 acres, is producing, the total assessed value is $4.5 million a year. And so if you look at the property tax off of that, it's a pretty small number. And then by helping to build the infrastructure to allow density, that number could jump up to $500 million a year. And so just the growth in assessed value a lot of times could be that mutual beneficial reason why some of the taxing entities would participate. But it's always a good idea, as you'll be negotiating with the school district and with the county, to make sure that they're viewed as a team player, and it's something that, yeah, you do want to make sure that they're involved in that process, and it's something that would be beneficial for the region. And then the other question that you asked is, with these CRAs, how you would look at it is every taxing entity, you would negotiate an interlocal agreement with them, and it's a separate legal document. So there are some project areas where it's just the town or the city that are the only participating taxing entity. There's others where it's the county and the city. And then a lot of them, it's every single taxing entity, but each agreement is its separate legal document. So each agreement could have a different participation rate. So for example, the town might decide, hey, we're going to give 100% of our property tax increment, whereas the school district might say, hey, we're going to give 60% of ours. So each one is a separate legal document, and you don't need to have 100% buy-in. It could just be one entity to all entities.
Go back to the entity list again. Sometimes. Oh, I can hardly see it.
So it's right here.
I think you can zoom it in.
Yep, of course.
Screen, TV screen here.
So Summit County, Park City School District, and really how it is for the most part, and you'll see this in the what their tax rates that they charge. There's the county, the school district, and the town or city. They're typically your three big entities. And with this one, your fire service district's also pretty large. But a lot of your special service districts, they'll kind of, however the county and the school district vote, they'll tend to go with that vote as well. And your school district, they're always, if you look at the budget, for the most part, they're anywhere from 60 to 70% of the property tax increment. And that's a big difference between CRAs and MIDA areas, right? Is with a MIDA area, Hideout has to say, hey, we want MIDA in our area. And then the taxing entities don't get any say in any negotiation in that. They don't have any representation. It's just in a MIDA area. So with this one, a lot of your other taxing entities see that this CRA could be a benefit because they're able to have a say and have a voice at the table, which could be a positive or a negative depending on, on their stance. But that's one big difference.
I will
Rob?
just point out
Rob,
one other thing, that CRAs are a very long range, well, not very, but they're a long range tool. So at the beginning of a CRA, generally the value of the land you're trying to develop isn't worth a lot, but down the road after the CRA is created and that development in that area is finalized, that that portion of land, that land value is going to be a lot higher. And so, like Rod's been saying, the the reason for these taxing entities to participate really is a long range, mutually beneficial agreement between the city or the agency, the community reinvestment agency, and the taxing entities. So it's a long range thing. If you can um, show that both the agency and the taxing entities are going to benefit from the development in that area, then that's generally what will incentivize the CRA to go forward. So,
Hey, thanks, Spencer. I was just gonna add, I know we're not doing comparative analysis between MIDA and CRA, but you have NPD here in column D, which is a critical aspects of moving projects along and the value at time zero or and then so can you share, Rob, for the benefit of everyone here, what a MIDA scenario might be versus an NPV on this, which is, are you considering here in your analysis that to get all the agreements by the taxing entities, that there's some lag here to begin the project, which also creates risk? So I know we're not going to talk about that tonight, but could you add a sentence or two so people, folks here understand that there's a difference here, and because you put NPV there, I figured I'd call that out.
Yeah, yeah. So again, that's what you said, Mayor. That's something that we'll do hopefully here in the short while, is get a more specific budget where we could actually look at actuals between a CRA and what a MIDA scenario could be. But with this budget that you're looking at now assumes that all taxing entities would participate at 70% at 20 years. And again, some taxing entities might have a policy where it's, hey, we only do 15 years at 50%. And so, that could impact the number. Whereas with the MIDA one, your 75%, it's right, it's in code. There's no wiggle room. You're 75% of property taxes for a 25 or a 40-year period. And so with that, I wouldn't say that necessarily the CRA could delay things, right? It's just it could be more of a lengthy process, to have that negotiations with all the taxing entities. And so you wouldn't really know what your number is until you had all those discussions. Whereas with the MIDA one, it's a little more certain of a number, since by code, it defines what the participation rate and the length is.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. That's exactly where we're going. Okay, any last questions? Because we can probably move on from here. And I think there's a follow-up here by Spencer, but this is more the GDPA.
Excuse me, Mayor, I'd like to respectfully suggest we've got Chief Eric Hales here for a very short presentation. I'd like to request that we move him up to this point so we can kick him out and let him do all the other important things he has to do.
I think that, well, let's ask Spencer. Spencer, can you hang around for a few
Yep,
more
that's
minutes?
fine. You can move him up.
All right, well, flip you into the spot right after Chief Hales. Chief, you wanna come up or
Sure.
and tell us all about this exciting possibilities with the fire station?
And I said there.
I included the slide deck that you sent me,
Okay,
that's in the packet.
if you wanna put it up there. So, again, my name's Eric Hales, I'm the fire chief in Wasatch Fire District. And Jonathan, who sits on our fire advisory commission, asked me just to give a little update. We've been working closely with Thomas and the mayor on this project about the new fire station. I know you guys really like the trailer and the tent we put in the community. But there's a year, we had to do something, and that was the something that we came up with, fairly quick notice, so. But what we'd like to do is show you kind of what's being proposed. A couple years ago, we came and we brought our architect and we kind of showed you just a conceptual drawing of what we could do on this triangle parcel that the town owns just off of Highway 248. But we have since entered into essentially an 80-year lease with the town, 2 40-year leases, one automatically renewal. And with this property, we have been working with UDOT and how we can optimize it, not only put a fire station there, but also possibly put public works. But again, that's up to the town and whatever your capital facilities plan is. But we've worked with UDOT on this on an access agreement. I did find out today they've completed all their our structural engineer or civil engineer has come up with the finalized all the documents that present to UDOT. The only thing we're waiting on is a signalization plan because being a fire station, we're gonna have to put some signals that at least just warn you that we're coming out. It'll only be during an emergency. Otherwise, we will just take our sweet time and go with traffic as we need to. But if there is an emergency, our lights will be able to turn on these signal lights and warn people to slow down so we can actually make entry onto Highway 248. So we're looking forward to that. So this is kind of the site plan. Are you guys familiar where this is located? On Highway 248, just below Claim, I guess would be north of Claim, just below the big hill. There's a triangle piece that the town owns. So the only thing that we had to work through UDOT and through planning is that there's currently an access, and you can kind of see it just to, I guess, the screen, to the left of the screen, you see the 2 little dots. For those of us in this room, it is just, that's the access currently, the 2 little parallel lines. But we're working with UDOT to move that down to actually give us the width that we need to actually house the fire station as well as give proper or access to the future public works. Let's go to the next slide. So this station will be able to house 2 apparatus. Most likely it'll be a fire engine and an ambulance will be at this station, and it could hold up to 6 people. It might be a couple years before we have a full staff of 6 people. Right now we have 2 people assigned that live in that trailer. They're operating out of a single quick response engine. They have advanced level EMT capabilities, so they have cardiac monitoring, they carry medications, pain medications, and all that stuff. So we have that initial response, and now currently the ambulance is coming from our Jordanelle station on the other side of the lake. But we do have that initial response. But over time, we will continue to ramp up. We'll have space in here as we grow to up to 6 individuals, 24 hours a day. And our goal is when we open this, we'll have 3. We'll start with 3 on the engine, and then we'll cross out the ambulance if needed, but primarily the ambulance will come out of the Jordanelle station.
that currently houses 6 individuals out of that station. So with this, we have the apparatus bay and all the features, but also a day room, a workout room, and so forth. If we go to the next slide, just down a little bit.
Chief, a question
Yes.
about the ambulance.
Yes.
So what is the metric you're relying on in order to staff an ambulance at this station?
Well, it's just kind of the call volume, is what we're looking at. Right now, we're probably averaging probably 30 calls a day. Not a day, but 30 calls a month in Hideout, so about 1 a day. Of those, a little over half of those are fire related or fire alarm calls when alarm systems go off. And, you know, a little less than that is actually medical calls. And so it just really depends on the call volume, right? So
It would be call volume, not just for Hideout, right, but for the whole corridor?
for this whole corridor, yeah. So basically from county line to county line is where we bid. And we do also provide mutual aid, and we have mutual aid agreements with all the neighboring jurisdictions.
Is there a number you're looking for to get the ambulance here on call volume, or is that something you're working?
Well, that's something we're working out. So depending on, you know, the nature of the call and severity, they could, you know, we can just have that crew jump directly into the ambulance and take it. We know that with the development of Deer Valley East Village, that is going to impact us quite a bit. You know, we obviously this year, I'm sure most of you know, Deer Valley is going to open up 100 runs on this side of the mountain, and with the snowmaking to accommodate that. Last year, we know the skiing on this side wasn't that great, you know, but this upcoming ski season, they're really ramping that up. They're gonna be parking up to 1,200 vehicles on this side. So our call volume on this side is gonna drastically increase. So that is something, you know, we may be putting in a daytime ambulance, the seasonal daytime ambulance to help with those transfers out of the ski resort. So we can keep an ambulance in service for our residents as well. So it's one of those things that, you know, we'll have the equipment here, and then over the next few years, we can add another body, you know, another body over here, and then we can operate two vehicles. So it's just over time. Our whole goal is not to use them at all. Just to have them. So prevention is part of our piece, but we know reality. So but getting the resources over here, and it's been a great partnership thus far to get us to this point. We just need to get it the next. So here's a rendition, and you know, of our design documents. Obviously, we haven't been to planning commission yet to present these, but we've been working closely with Thomas, and we're trying to get that, you know, on the books in the next month or so.
Next Thursday.
Okay, even better. So we're trying to get it on, so this is a rendition. We try to keep that mountain modern feel that it would kind of blend in to what's going on in your community, so it didn't stick out like a sore thumb. I think we did that. We are kind of biased to our red doors. Hopefully we can work through that, just so it does say fire station a little bit, but a little different. But, you know, so this is just the view, you know, 2 apparatus bay will be backing in. So off this, off our apron or our access off of 248 is where we would, through our parking lot, would go to Public Works. We're just, our UDOT does not want more than one access onto Highway 248. So we are very comfortable, you know, sharing that with our partners with Public Works, because if it's snowing, we want them out before us. In the communities as well, so we would totally support that. Just the next couple are just a couple different renditions of what that will look like from sightline from, you know, I think it'll be very nice. One thing that we have worked with our architect and, you know, our designers are that we want to make sure that this is fire wise and that our landscaping meets what we're trying to preach. Right now, you see a bunch of green and grass and stuff. It'll be very nice, but we want to set the example of what a fire adaptive community could look like. And with our landscaping and our building construction and all that. So we just want to make sure that we kind of practice what we preach on that.
Does
So
that mean you'll have hardy board on the siding?
that is the plan. Until planning tells us we can't, or we'll work through that. And then here's kind of what it would look like. Obviously, we'll have shades and we'll use blinds and things, so. But we will be dark sky compliant and make sure that, he said, but I think it'll look really nice in your community and accent it well. You won't know if it's even really there, so it is. So-
Can't wait to have an open house, Chief.
So our goal, just so you know, we're pretty aggressive. So right now, we have AJC Architects on board. They have all their team working on this, and then we've hired Hogan Construction to build this. They're already on board as part of our general contractor, construction manager. So they're part of this design process. So they are working feverishly to get this ready to go. Our goal is, if we can get through the permitting process, is to be in about this time next year. We want to be in there. It's aggressive. Yes. It's very aggressive, but we want to get there. And so we just need to make sure that we provide planning and in the town, that everything, all the documents they need, just so we can get this through easily. We're working closely with UDOT. They are working well with us, so we're happy to announce that. They have their process they have to go through, but as soon as they receive our documents with our design, from our signaling to our access, they will give us a temporary permit to move forward with construction from there, as they go through all their studies and. Any questions, comments, concerns?
I have one question for the town, because we get this all the time, and that is, it's not so much about the firehouse in the future, but we want to get our ISO rates down so that we can participate in better insurance premiums. And so, Chief, I think you submitted to ISO, which is for people that don't know this. it's
The Insurance Services Office.
They provide rates, and it's owned by Verisk, which is a global corporation, publicly traded corporation, but they provide the rates back to the insurers. And they give rates based upon how close and how operable the firehouse is. I don't think we've taken full advantage of that for the town. Can you give us a quick update?
So really what has happened, as soon as we put our temporary station in, we contacted them and we filled out their little sheet. We took pictures and gave them everything we needed. And we just, found out, we followed up, first of this year, and they still haven't recognized it. I don't know I think you were on it, Mayor, about email with them that, they say, December 1st, 2025 is when it'll be on everybody's radar, and that they will recognize even our tent as a fire station. But this should have been done a year ago, and we don't have any idea other than somebody at the ISO Verisk dropped the ball somewhere on that.
Well, if you need some help, I happen to know the CEO of Verisk. His name is Lee Shabo. And if you
I
need,
guess I would say, if we don't see anything.
give us
December
30 days. If you don't see
First.
something, I'll contact you.
We need to do that.
That's a subsidiary,
Yeah.
Verisk is a huge corporation.
And that's what we were, we're trying to do. We've had the response and the capabilities over here, and I think that's been very important, but getting the full benefit, as you said, Mayor.
Because if we don't get those rates, the HOAs, if they're
Yeah,
going out for, renewals or maybe just repricing of the substantial, we're talking, a couple of $100,000 for their, HOAs. And so we want to get that as soon as possible. Let me know if you
Yeah.
need my specific help. I'll be glad to. It just so happens I know that.
yeah, because that was the intent. That's why we invested several $100,000 and brought staff over to get them on this side so we could get those response times down and get closer to get coverage for the town. And, so we thought we'd done
Yeah,
it.
let's not drop that one.
Yeah,
All right.
not at all. So, but our goal again is to, have this up and running. So that's why we appreciate the support of getting this
to planning commission so we can get our revisions, whatever we need to get done to get this to building permit. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, appreciate it, Dave.
So next up, that was a good update for our town. We're back to you, Spencer. Are you still there? I guess we
Hey,
flipped
I'm
off.
still here.
All right,
You okay if I
About-
share my screen?
I will stop sharing.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, let me just grab my presentation real quick. Can you see that?
Yeah,
Okay. Let's start that slideshow. Okay. So, I'll try and be fast too, because I see you got some you have some public hearings. So I'll try not to be too boring and put everyone to sleep. Today I am presenting on the Government Data Privacy Act, GDPA. So just so that your staff, you guys, your council can be on the same page with this. The Government Data Privacy Act was passed in 2024, and it's Utah Code 63A-19. This law was passed to kind of standardize how the government handles personal data, personally identifiable information. So this applies to all government entities, whether it be school districts, towns, cities, special districts. Every government entity has to obey this law. And part of the law requires each of these government entities to implement a privacy program by December 31st of 2025. So by the end of this year, I'll explain what that means for this year. It's pretty simple for this year. Going forward, there are going to be more requirements throughout all of 2026, and I'll be able to help your staff members with this throughout all of next year, just to make sure that you're compliant, that everything's going well, that we do the right things. But for the next couple months, there are just a couple things that you will need to kind of focus on. And I'll tell you what that means. So, what does compliance mean for the end of this year, 2025? Compliance for this year specifically means that each government entity needs to complete a privacy program report. That is linked in this slide deck later on. All of the templates and things I will be sending to Jan and Alicia, and they can disseminate them however you guys need them. And this is the only thing in the law specifically that it says you have to do by the end of this year is to fill out this program report. This is a non-grammable report. The only agency that can request it from you is the Office of Data Privacy, just to make sure that you've filled it out. They wanted to make the requirement this year super simple and laid back because nobody knows about this law really. Um, they haven't really spread it out as well as they could. They haven't marketed the law and basically said, hey, you guys need to do this kind of thing. So that's why I'm on the call today, telling you about it. So they only made it so you have to fill out this report, and that's the only definite thing you have to do. There are some other requirements in the law that you will need to do going forward. Here's a pretty comprehensive list of what the law entails. I only want you to focus on a few of them. The implementation, like I've already said, I focus on that, doing your privacy program report before the end of the year. I can help your staff go through this report and answer any questions they may have about how to answer the questions. And we can go in to that together. The other ones I want you to focus on are that you will have to appoint a CAO, a Chief Administrative Officer, and a Records Officer for your privacy program report. I'll go into that a little bit more in the next slide, but that is one thing you will need to do. I recommend doing a resolution that appoints these leadership for your town. And then next year, throughout the year, you will be doing a privacy policy. You'll be adopting this as the time goes on throughout all of 2026. And then doing a data inventory that will go into your policy. How do you collect your data? Where do you store it? How do you keep it safe? Is that on the cloud? Is that in filing cabinets? That kind of thing. So those are the things I really want you to focus on. Oh, and then one more thing is just training your staff appropriately. You will need to do an annual training for your staff, which I'll go into that throughout the next slides as well. The rest of these items, those are ongoing. Those will be throughout the next year. We'll talk more about those as we implement your privacy policy. But appointing your leadership, I think that's the next step, apart from filling out your report. Your chief administrative officer, that is somebody that is typically going to be your mayor or a key staff member that's going to be just making sure that the report is filled out by the end of the year and making sure that you're talking about these things and implementing a privacy program for your town. The records officer is going to do the more mundane day-to-day work for it, managing your grandma requests and completing the annual training and making sure your staff and your council are trained as well. So, like I said, I'll have a template I can send your way that will help you appoint these leadership positions. So I'll send that your way with a slide deck after tonight. Um, but building a program foundation, what does this really mean? What is a privacy program in like requirement from the state? What are you going to have to do? Really, um, that's going to involve defining your scope. What personal data do you collect? Um, and then we'll go from there over the next year to talk about what that means. Like, how do you collect your data? What is the privacy data or the personal data that you even collect? Do you have vendors? And what do you do with the data? And then each year during the year, we'll do maturity of your program to see where you're at and see what we need to improve, um, and make it more defined as time goes on. The state really, this is an ongoing effort. It's a long-term thing. So they're expecting cities and towns not to really have a mature privacy program for the next few years, even up to 10 for the smaller, like really small towns. So they're going to be pretty laid back with this. They're going to be relaxed, and just as long as you're trying to improve your program, they're going to be understanding with you and give you time to do it. And I'll be here to help you with all of this as time goes on too, like I've said. Right now, though, we have to begin taking action for this law. Um, that means implementing just the basics. You're only going to collect the data that you necessarily need for certain things, like what utilities do you collect utility data for your citizens in Hideout? Do you collect their address, their email, their date of birth? Like what kind of things do you collect? And making sure you only collect the things you actually need. Do you need a date of birth? Do you need a social security number for certain things? Like if you don't, then don't collect it. Notifying your residents when you're collecting their personal data. This is just a really good thing to do so that your residents know why you're collecting data and why you need it, what purpose do you need it for. not sharing or selling the data you collect, making sure your staff is trained on how to keep that data safe, and then responding correctly to any requests you get for changing data. If there's inaccurate data and a citizen needs you to fix it, then going in and fixing it. Um, and then throughout 2026, we'll be doing a list or an inventory. I have templates of how this can look and what you need to do for it. But yeah, you'll need to do a list of the data sources that you have. What personal data do you process? What are your vendors? Who do you share the data with? Where do you store it? In filing cabinets, or is it on the cloud? Those kind of things. So, um, my suggestions for the next steps on this are to do the following. First of all, is to watch the privacy awareness training video. If you have your city council and your staff watch this video, then you're compliant with the training part of the law. Um, it's an 8-minute video. If you blast it out to your city council and your staff and just have a response, say, hey, finish the video, and then keep a tally of who's done it and who you still need to watch it, then that's perfectly fine. The next step that I think you should do is to assign your leadership, and then number three, review the privacy program report so that you know what's on it. And I can go through that with Jan or Alicia and go through and review that with them if they would like me to do that. The other three steps, those will be ongoing. Those will be throughout 2026. If you take care of step one, two, and three, I think you're in good shape. And then we can talk more about how this looks throughout the beginning of next year, just to see how I can help you remain in compliance with the law. So, do you have any questions for me about any of this? It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty dry, but it's just a law that every city and town needs to follow now. So,
Spencer, this is Chris Byer. I've got a couple of questions. Can you
okay,
just tell
sounds
me
good.
when that passed, date, month and year?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again? I turned up my volume.
Month and year that the law was passed.
2024.
Do you remember do you know the month?
It was passed in the legislative session of 2024.
March-ish?
It would have been January through March.
Okay.
And
And
then
then,
I do have the code reference that is going to be on this next slide. The code 63A 19101. And I'll send out this slide deck and it'll have links to all of these things that you can just click on and find your way to the code and the privacy.utah.gov website, which explains all of this, and a link to the video, which will give a quick 8-minute rundown of why the law was passed and what you're supposed to do with it. So,
Spencer, does the law specify the PII fields? Is it name, address, social security number, email address, driver's license, things
the
like
law
that?
does, yes. So it does explain what PII means and what data you collect, if it's PII or if it's not.
Okay,
So,
terrific.
yeah.
And then I just want to say I worked at a bank for 7 years before retiring in June and very familiar with PII and implementing this kind of program. My question to you is, why would we do kind of the bare minimum as you're suggesting? Why wouldn't we want to just implement it as quickly as possible and kind of be a leader in adopting?
It's up to you. I have been telling my smallest towns to do the most important things first, just because they don't have a lot of bandwidth to get this going. But if you want to go full out and implement your privacy policy and set things up, that's a great thing to do. If you want to go and do all those steps that are in my suggested next steps and get ahead, that's fine.
Yep,
You do
as I
what
said,
you do what
um,
you do what you can.
Yep. All right, thank you.
The state isn't gonna come down on you hard or like force you to do the full-on privacy policy until probably 2027. But if you want to get ahead and make sure you have things in place, I think that's a great idea.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, anyone else?
And we got a lot of stuff to cover tonight.
Yeah, so Spencer, I will be in touch with you on this because I find this absolutely critical and surprising that Utah has been so, I would call it behind the curve on this compared to other parts of the country and world, actually. So I'm glad this is moving forward, but I think we'll take all the rest of this offline so we can move ahead.
Yep.
Spencer, thank you very, very much. And
Yep, you're welcome. I'll let you get to your public hearings.
Thank you. Okay, so there is one more item here before we get to the public hearings, and this hopefully should be very brief, and that is review of Town Code Section 1.10.060, which is the council member briefings, and I've asked Holly to say just a few words on what that was enacted in April, because I think there's been some misunderstandings from various people who have come to my attention and said, well, what is this thing and why did it become so controversial? And so, Holly, can you give us the read directly from was a very short passage that we enacted and why, and like to see if there's any comments that you have.
Well, this came from council member Dunn suggested it. And, I think what you had asked me about was whether or not a resolution had to have heard within 7 days of, a council member asking for it. Basically, what it does is it allows council members going through, the town administrator, to provide briefings to any council member under certain, basically, 3 different items. Generally, when we've done them, we have made sure that the rest of the council is aware of it, and then we do, we call 2 by 2, so we don't have a quorum of the council, so that the entire council would have the information. And or we would just bring it up at a council meeting if it was available, or if it wasn't protected information, or if it was relevant. And it requires the staff to provide the briefings within 7 calendar days of the request. But it doesn't say resolution. I think you were asking about that. I don't know if there's anything else.
I'd say the other piece is, Holly, you would be, and the administrative staff. Since April, have we had any major issues in terms of delivering information at time of gravity or in a way that would cause undue hardship on on any consultants like yourself? I'll just ask you.
I mean, the first one that we got was pretty time intensive, and it occurred right before I had a planned vacation that, came at the eve of the vacation, so, I wasn't able to, get this done within the 7 days and explain that to the council, and, the questions were pretty voluminous, but we got through them and we gave them, we also provided, it was pretty time intensive, I have to say, but, staff is willing to try to meet whatever council requests of us.
I have a question. How many council members have requested it, and how much time has it taken the staff to respond?
since April was kind of when we received, when I received at least, I don't know if this has been availed upon by other staff members, but I haven't heard of anything else. But which I've been involved with, was more intensive in April, I'd say early May, and then it's been pretty quiet since. Back then it was quite a bit of time, but it was, a lot of questions, and hopefully we answered them. I think we, brought some of it to council meetings, so to try to have it be so everyone could receive the answers.
Well, the problem with this, the language of this amendment was that we had some pushback from 4 people during the meeting, and it's documented in over 10 minutes. And, because even though the sponsor said that this was, what do you say, narrowly crafted and necessary to address ongoing concerns, it was actually narrowly crafted in order to fulfill the 16-point demand that came out within hours of this being passed. So there were still problems, there's still problems with this amendment. And as I see here, Councilmember Severini acknowledged that future refinements could be made. So if you go back to the April 10 minutes, it's very clear that there were concerns about straining the limited resources and creating operational inefficiencies if the demand had to be fulfilled within 7 days. It was also could be unreasonable because if any council member for 7 days, there could be up to 3 requests back to back to back between council meetings, the way it was worded, and it then would be extremely burdensome to the staff. The question is, what are they not working on while they're fulfilling these demands? There's also no limit to staff hours. There was no definition of what constitutes a briefing. There was no specifics about clarifying who may provide the briefing. There was nothing narrowing the scope to specific eligible topics. So the way it's written, it has the potential for abuse. To date, we haven't seen that abuse, but what this was written for was, it seems, for a specific 16-point request that came out, like I said, from Councilmember Gunn, who was the sponsor, that went directly to our attorney, and it included, facts, it included legal strategy, it included engineering, and it was quite extensive and quite burdensome. So that is what happened in April. And it was quite difficult for our attorney to fulfill that because there was no consideration for availability. As she mentioned, she was not available. She actually had vacation scheduled and was out of reach during that 7-day period so that is how it's written. And
Thank you, Chris.
it
Any other
definitely
comments there?
needs some future refinements. And I'd like to propose that,
Can we get some other comments? You've held the floor, so is there any, which you normally do, so are there any other comments about the efficacy of this particular ordinance and how much time is spent? And I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, going around and rewriting this because we've seen that it's not unduly taxed either our consultants or our staff. And I've been the mayor and I've seen what we've, we've not taxed anyone from I-know. And I follow Polly's line items and I follow your line items. So I know I'm looking at everyone's time and I haven't seen any time that has been apportioned to any radical demands by the council. So I'm gonna also give some equal time to Councilman Gunn, who wrote this and to see if he has any comments as well.
I do, thank you. As the proponent of this and the author of this, you might wonder why. Well, the answer is the prior administration ignored requests for information. It was near impossible for members of the council to get critical information about critical town issues. So this amendment was created to allow members of the council to get confidential briefings in a manner consistent with law. And so, Polly, I'd like to ask you, was there in fact rather robust discussion and a debate that night? Do you recall that?
I think the minutes stand for themselves. I can't, I can't comment on that.
Okay.
And I think that the point why how this was described to me as being on the agenda tonight was because there was some confusion by the public of whether or not a resolution was required within 7 days. And so,
That's true. That's
that-
exactly right. I think we resolved the
So-
fact, but we have now a council member who spent at least 5 minutes talking about the situation. I think we have to give another council member some time, so.
it's
he's
your
asking
meeting
questions.
there. You can, I'm just saying, I don't wanna get into, I can't respond to that. I
Fair
haven't
enough.
reread the
Okay,
minutes.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
So there was in fact more than 30 minutes of rather robust, vigorous, and I would argue contentious debate. Does this amendment require the resolution of any particular issue other than the briefing within 7 days?
I think the statute speaks for itself.
It does, it does.
Is this, are you cross-examining me?
Just asking a
God, I know you're a lawyer as well. I'm just trying to provide the information
Fair
for the council as requested by the
Fair
mayor.
enough.
I think you can read I've gone over what the statute says and it's on our website. It's readily available. We have a great website that makes our code.
Fair enough. So the packet itself contains a copy of the statute. Anybody with a high school education can look at it and see that it only requires a briefing within 7 days. It does not require a resolution. It does not require, compliance or solution whatsoever. It only requires briefings. It complies with all applicable laws, including the Open Meetings Act. And to the extent there's been a lot of disinformation floating around about how there was questionable voting, well, the fact of the matter is anybody can review the video. The video shows that after more than a half hour of vigorous debate, there was a vote. And a majority of the council members voted for it. So there's no questionable vote. There was no questionable discussion, because if you want, you can review the 30-some minutes worth of vigorous debate. And so while there's a lot of, well, it could cause, it might cause, it may cause, it maybe could, might, or could cause a problem, the fact is it hasn't. And to the extent that there's been disinformation spread, what we wanted to do is make sure that everybody understands what it is. And all it does is require the administrative staff to give briefings in a confidential manner that complies with law upon the request of council members. So guess what? Your elected officials can know what's going on.
Thank you.
I'll just add that the problem that it caused was, the following week, the elected mayor resigned.
Yeah, because he didn't want to share information. We get it.
Well, we don't know that. He's not here. Yeah, I mean, that really, yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't know why, he was ill for one. I'm not gonna go in that direction. I don't think that's useful for this meeting. I think you made your comment, Chris. You made your comment, Jonathan. You made your comments about the amount of time it took you initially, but we haven't seen any undue strain on the staff or consultants that I can find any evidence of. So and there's so many people in town that had no idea what this particular ordinance was focused on. So it gives the opportunity to get 2 points of view about what we're doing and why we did it. And so let's, unless there's any last comments, let's move on for a public hearing. Thank you both. And thank you, Paul. Okay, public hearing we're on item number 5, and we're gonna talk about, and who's coming up? Tim, coming up, Mr. Sean. This has to do with the, rezoning of, the Wild Horse, area and, mountain zone to neighborhood mixed use.
Yes, my name is Tim Schoen. My wife is actually on the screen. She's back in St. Louis. We're the owners and developers of Wild Horse. We have Jerry and the whole team here. Jerry will come up and talk more specifics about the plan. Some of you may know, but for this audience, I think it's a fair game. We've been in the business world, the CPG world for decades, global companies, and we all are in the branding world. So as you look at Hideout, as we bought this land 20 years ago, and then started with this process, we saw a real opportunity to create a brand here. And so when you look at Wild Horse and some of the images, we're just starting that process right now. So I want everybody to understand that it's a little different than a normal developer. Brand people, we're gonna live there, we're gonna manage it, our hearts are gonna be into it, because we wanna be part of the community. So I wanted to set it up with that, okay? So with that, you look at the first slide, I think the first slide says it all. Real simply, as long as you get up there.
Well, I may have passed it. This is the staff report here. Where do you want to go, Tim?
There's a creative slide here.
Yeah, that is, at the very end of,
It's a beautiful book. My wife did it. She did.
so it's quite a.
It's really good.
Further down,
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, you want,
Remember.
sorry.
this one here?
No, it's, you'll see. Got it right here.
You tell me when to stop real fast.
You'll see it.
I like that one.
No, Kira, you're gonna like those. Sorry.
Maybe that worked. I
Yeah.
may have to expand. These are blank. Oh, you know what? This deck is so thick that it takes a second for the screen to refresh. There are
Exactly.
280 pages here, and then we just lost the screen. This happened to Alicia and I before. Our apologies, but we probably should have split this up maybe in a couple of.
If you, I've had success if you.
So I'm gonna go back up top and
If you
just,
shrink it up, sometimes, it'll appear.
It's.
There we go.
there we go.
No,
Let's
now you can scroll
that.
all the way down.
Yeah.
It's all blue.
Tell me what page is on, how's that?
It doesn't have, it says page 5, but that's page 5 of your book, I think, right?
No, well, our deck is, I think, 12 pages or 12, 13 pages.
Right.
Are we getting close?
Keep going, you'll see the blue slide.
I have it.
It's all blue.
Yeah.
Again, this is,
Sure what.
it's a beautiful shot of the vista.
Someone could give me, Alicia, could you give me potentially the page number? We can go to that.
I will try to find that out. It should be right above there.
Anyway,
There it is. So that's gonna start it. It should keep scrolling.
That's not it, Tim?
Alicia, can you pull up your email?
It's full of email, Frodo.
Mayor, it's probably 20 pages past that because I think that's in the.
You might pass it, Tom?
You gotta go, keep going.
Keep
Pat.
going down.
Keep going. You're another 20 pages because you're in the middle of the guidelines,
This one?
which are pretty extensive.
Is it the one that says Wild Horse Elevating Everyday Living?
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's on page 127 of the packet. Thank you.
Pretty close.
Whatever it's on.
Hey, there we go. There you go. Okay. So if you can frame that up and just, I mean, this really tells everything about what we're trying to do. It has the money shot. That's our biggest brand driver, is that visual. And if you look at the copy, this is again our starting point of building brand strategy and architecture. It was up there a second ago, but it says,
Well, I'm trying to
It says-
center it. so
yeah,
I
there you
think we got
but I
it.
mean, elevating everyday living in Hideout through Wild Horse. And what we're gonna take you through is every slide, we're gonna start talking about what we've been doing with the town council, or the planning committee, commission, and then how we're gonna do the nuts and bolts. But again, I wanna reiterate, we're trying to bring a real brand and a strategy into this. So with that, I'm gonna have Jerry come over, talk about
some of the more nuts and bolts of the plan.
Good evening, everybody. Jerry Kryland with Development Advisors. Been for many of you before. In the interest of time, I know you've got a lot on the agenda tonight. You've gone through a lot of stuff. I will want to hit some highlights here, but go through this rather quickly because I think it's in the packet and you can read through it. But to expound a little bit further on Tim's comments, this has been it's an overused term, but a labor of love here to bring something to fruition. Has been a vision for 20 years when he bought the property. The objectives, as stated there, are really to be transformative here and make a difference, bring things to the municipality that, quite frankly, your surveys that you have of your residents have spoken to, mainly in the respect of the commercial piece, which we'll get into. But if we go to just the right hand side there, we've been very diligent in our intention to design things that are encompassing and complete with what I think the vision of the general plan is. And Alicia, if you'll go to the next slide there. And we believe we've hit every one of these. In fact, in the staff report back in April, there was confirmation of that. The general plan has 3 tacits, if you will, or primary goals, and that is to preserve the outstanding view. The view that was on that first page, every one of the residential sites, including the commercial and including the villa sites that we'll talk about in a few minutes, have that same view, different angle, obviously, but we've preserved that. There isn't an obstruction in any of the buildings that we propose there at all. And so I think that's really important. The fact that there's a commercial component to it, the fact that there's a diversity of housing, meaning larger homes up on the estate side, as well as the villas there, I think addresses the second goal of the general plan vision, which is to cultivate a neighborhood atmosphere. We have, not super wide streets, but narrower streets, which we worked very closely with staff on refining for that. And those will be ample in width and in scale, compliant with the adjusted streets plan that the city has adopted, and safe. That's primary concern. We will be compliant also with the dark sky provisions. If you go through that 60-page or whatever it was of the design guidelines there, at another time, we've accomplished all of those things and made sure that we hit all those too, and staff has reviewed that. So I think we've hit the economic goals as well. We'll come to that in just a second. But housing goals, land use goals. Let me go on to the next slide, if you will, Alicia.
I got slides, but just tell me where you're going.
Oh, you do. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I don't know what the number is on this one. I guess this is 4. So essentially on this site, there are 3 levels, if you will. There's a level that's immediately just east of Highway 248. And then there's the existing Wolf Road that traverses through the property there, through the 15 acres. Immediately in the red there to the east of that is a commercial site. And then everything beyond that, that's kind of outlined in blue, is 7 estate home lots that are just slightly under 3/4 of an acre on average. We are exercising the cluster opportunity within the zoning or within the code to put in, bring more density and do the villas there and accomplish the reduction in the size of those lots there, those estate lots up on top. So interesting conversation earlier about financing for the city and all that. We are putting in infrastructure on our own nickel for the entire place there, all the utilities, the roads, etc. We do and have in the MDA the request and I think the support from the city for a use of public infrastructure district which we want us out there for financing a good portion of that infrastructure there. And so we are almost 99% of the way through our construction documents for that. So as we get approval, we'll be ready to, moving quickly. We have a number of things to still collect for applying for permit and all that, but our goal and our vision is to get the infrastructure going and begin to outline those lots there on the plan in next year. Following that immediately would be the Wild Horse commercial piece. And for there, we're planning 15,000 square feet. You saw the picture, you'll see it again in a few minutes, of a commercial retail space. It too has taken advantage of and leveraged the beautiful views and maintained the views of the across the Jordanelle and over to Deer Valley and down all the way down towards Heber City too. So, and then the last piece is the 5 villa lots that we have outlined there that will be on the west side of Wolf Road. If we just take the next slide, please, and talk just for a minute. Again, some of this is redundant. The unobstructed views. These are just representative examples of the style of the buildings, of the homes, etc., and the villas. They're not entirely designed yet. Certainly, the single-family homes, as we sell lots, will vary. Our design guidelines and our HOA has a requirement of a design review committee to sort of parallel and match the city's design review committee too. And so there's a continuity of finishes that will be maintained and governed through that. The village is the same, and then the Wild Horse villas, they will all be, just to be clear, they will all be the same, those villas, in style and in look. They may be varied a little bit, but their intent is that they have continuity of design across them too. They will have, we're in compliance with the height code limitations throughout the entire project, whether it's the commercial or whether it's the residential stuff. I'm going to go into this in just a second, a little bit further, but specifically the motor courts are compliant. Yeah, right. And we have, I was going to talk about the open space, which is another requirement of the general plan for the city. So I don't know if this can be blown up a little bit or not, but I want to call your attention to a focus area here. And if you can slide down just a little bit, there you go. There's a table on the bottom left there that was put together. This is to depict and to address a question and concern that was brought up by the Planning Commission. And this relates to the positioning of the villas as proposed. Now, these villas, and we're in agreement with that, have a stipulation in the master development agreement of being less than 3,000 square feet. We're fine with that. So, and they're right now, on this plan showing a 15-foot setback, which is code, off of the edge or the curb line of Wolf Road. It's going to be installed. It's been requested that we push that back further to 20. It's in the latest round of that. We're fine with that. The things I want to point out about that table that's there is if you look at the blue numbers in the middle column there, what that refers to is the distance between the center line of the driveways for each of those villas as you traverse along Wolf Road. You'll notice that the minimum distance between the center line of one villa to the next one is 37 feet. That's the distance greater than the length of 2 vehicles. And I think that speaks to sort of stacking, if you will, on Wolf Road. In 2 cases, they're over 60 feet distance between the center line of the aprons of driveway aprons that go out onto Wolf Road. Our suggestion in that is that we submit that that's exceeds safety concerns for how many vehicles would go out there at all the time and unload onto Wolf Road and stack up. There's a lot of distance in between. The other thing is that if you look at the red circles, they depict a 26-foot radius in the motor court. 26 foot 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 radius in the allowing anybody who's parking a vehicle in those areas there by the villas to make a 3-point turn, to turn the car around and to exit the site or the villa onto Wolf Road, going in a forward direction, not backing up. So that addresses a safety question, I think, as well. People will come out that way. If I look at, I think that's pretty much it. Commercial. So we wanted to point out that there's the safety there. So the next one, Wildwood Village, again, it will be 2 levels. And 2 levels of parking, so you'll have direct access and therefore ADA compliance on both levels into the building and an elevator inside. So it's fully in keeping with Title III of the ADA, the federal provisions.
Rob, can you shrink that a little bit? Because the visuals down the bottom, the actual building.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. There you go.
There you go. That's the money shot.
Oh, that's great.
The code requires right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Thomas, I'm going from memory here a little bit. 2-to-1 parking ratio, right?
I think it's 1 per
2,000. Yeah,
1 per
right.
1 and 1
So
per 2. Yeah, you exceed it.
we exceed it, right? So we're putting more parking, knowing that it's a commercial venue. It's gonna have lots of traffic, especially early on, we hope, because there's not much commercial here now.
There's 0.
Right, and so, we took that into account. Again, I think that speaks to Tim's earlier point of really putting some serious thought behind how this gets done, and are we taking the high road to, bringing something here that's transformative and setting the bar high. I think we've done that in the commercial piece
Can you
too.
go to the next slide? Because the next slide I'll take because
Yeah.
it's more immersive. You can read it, at the first, Wildhorse Village is about creating a place where neighbors connect, families gather, and Hideout shines as a community. Again, positioning of what Hideout should be and what the image and what the actual content of each tenant. So we're gonna be working hard, and right now we have our like cafe and a bakery, a signature restaurant, and a market and deli, a gourmet market and deli. That's our direction at this point. And who we actually get for the tenants there's gonna be negotiations and all that. They've gotta match our strategic direction and address everyone's needs. We'll go out and probably do a little more surveying of our customers. But remember, the big news, he's gonna give you the why here in a minute on the financials, is not only are we gonna be servicing our residents, we're gonna be bringing a lot of tax dollars in incremental revenue we'd never participate in. That's the goal. So with this, we gotta make sure we're very strategic on the branding.
So bringing the service, if you go to the next slide, just in gross dollars of investment that we are bringing, putting into what, town of Hideout, including the infrastructure investment. Granted, that's, public and for, PID, funding their good portion of it. We are successful with that. But it's still an investment in the town. And commercial, it's about a $10 million project to build that building with the parking and all that. So, $15 million, I think, is, for a small developer, a small project like this, something to be, recognized, and we're proud of it, certainly. Go to the next slide. This is really, Tim has a view of the money shot as pictures. I have the view of the money shot as economics. This is the true money shot for the town. These numbers, by the way, I don't know if he's still on or not, but I didn't just pull these out of the air. These were numbers that were vetted with and supported by Rob Sand. So we worked together for over a year on refining this, and as recent as just a couple of days ago, because I told him I didn't want to have anything up here in numbers that he wasn't going to be in agreement with. So the bottom line of this is, on average, over a 20-year period of time, this project, the commercial and the taxes from the property and the energy utility revenue generating to the city will average about $188,000 a year. I think that's pretty meaningful.
Yeah, we're most concerned about the top number there, you know, because property tax just is a zero-sum game for the most part.
Right.
But yeah, the retail sales tax, and I know I've been on calls with you during the evening, so
Yeah.
is this the latest figures that you ran on?
Yeah, these are the latest figures, and I will say this, with
I know the estimates, okay.
their estimates, right? This involves or considers a gross sales number for the entire commercial of somewhere around $7 or $8 million. I think it'll be much more than that, but we didn't wanna be, we wanted to be lean towards conservative and not overly aggressive and make promises.
I'm
But I
still
think
quick. I'm still on. Yeah. So I think the sales tax specifically is, I would say it's definitely a conservative estimate.
Thank you, Rob.
Hey Rob, this is Chris. What
Yep.
were assumptions that you used for the retail sales tax number?
Let me pull it up. I know we, hold on one sec. We used, so the total gross taxable sales year one is $13.2 million. So if you divide that, it's about 800 a square foot. And then we grew that by 2.5%. And so depending on the uses, right, for restaurants and stuff, especially with this being the only restaurant, I think, you know, it depends on the type of restaurant that you have, but you know, some restaurants you're north of $1,000 a square foot per sell.
Okay, so in here, which kind of restaurant did you assume?
We call it a fine casual. It's not white tablecloth with $300 bottles of wine. Sorry, Jonathan.
Wondering, you know, where are we?
Yeah.
What do you?
I think, you know,
Upscale casual.
Upscale casual, it's not $100 ticket, average ticket per night, and things like that.
And
A lot of
the
it has-
gourmet deli is gonna be an upscale, you know, so you're not gonna be buying cases of water and toilet paper. You're gonna be buying, you know, as it states in some of the copy, steaks and salmon, fresh caught salmon, those kind of things, high-end things.
We have an analysis that shows a range, like, let's say, I mean, I guess you took the middle, right? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Maybe, when was it, Rob? About a year or so ago, I put forth, a projection on different components of it, the restaurant. At one time we talked about a small spa, a coffee shop, and, I had certain numbers, but they may have been from a different marketplace. And Rob came back after looking at it and said, you know, these are the numbers that I think I would use here. Those are his, so.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I just curious, you know, we don't know what's gonna go in there. We know what we would like. Everybody
Yeah.
says they want X, Y, or Z. Actually, different people, you'll get a different answer, right? But
Yeah.
we don't actually know what's gonna go in there, so I feel like we should be informed about what the possible range is based on the 15,000 square foot. What could go there? What, you know, I know you've got your ideal and then you've got, you know, what may end up in there, and then maybe you're somewhere in the middle, but we just have to understand that number and where it stands on that scale.
Well,
Yep. So this one's assuming again that year one, you're 13 million a square or in total gross taxable sales. And then, you know, that number could be higher or lower depending on what the actual tenant is in the commercial space.
I just want, I just want to stop. It sounds like some people don't want to jump. A couple of people are raising their hand.
Okay.
It's not open to public input quite yet, so hang on to your questions and thoughts and we'll get to you. You can keep your hands up, but we'll get to those of public input. So continue.
If there aren't any other questions on the economics here, there's only 2 more slides. The next one was just, we'll move to it, was just to emphasize that from the beginning, you know, we've gone to great pains to put together a team that, there's no question on execution. They're local teams. who've done lots of work in town here, as well as some substantial teams. And I just want to touch on a couple of them. Otto Walker, we started with, they've done design on single family homes and townhomes and everything across the valley here through Park City for, I think, 25 or 30 years or so. And they've been instrumental in the planning and the layout of the site, and, you know, sort of the character of it. Stantec is a very large global international architecture company and engineering company. They actually are doing work over in the Mayflower on some projects over there. But their Denver office is quite, when you look at the images that you have for the commercial, they're specifically to the commercial. And they've done, I think, a stellar job on that. They have a very deep engineering of components of their business as well. And we specifically sought them out. We're working also with their Chicago office too. So because we want to make sure this is done right and it's going to attract the right users for that building, et cetera. The next one, actually, I think, Rob, I introduced you to this guy. Columbia Capital is a public finance expert company out of Kansas City that will be helping with get the PID down. They've done work in Utah and across the country, different places. The last one is AGEC. They did all the geotech engineering there. And I skipped over Mulholland Engineering on purpose because I don't know if he's on or not, but Christian Mulholland has probably the number one, my estimation, civil engineer in the Wasatch Basin. He's done the Colony, he's done so many other different places there. When we have a difficult terrain as we do here, there's no reason to go with anybody except the best, and Mulholland Engineering is that. So we have a great team. That's the bottom line there. I think that's it.
Yeah, we go Q. Before we go to Q&A, I have one question though. I was so impressed by the chief that I love his timeline. So can we do that
I
timeline?
wanted him to present that.
Put it on the fast track.
Yeah.
So now we'll take some questions, answers. Mike?
Well, we haven't opened it up to the public, so let's get the council, and JD, you're still on there as well. I'm sure you, is part of the EDC chair now. You might have some as well or comments, council.
I guess I'll start. The emergency easement is gonna be a critical piece of this.
Right.
And so, in order to get me to vote for it, public safety is really high on my list. And so I think, and Polly, I'd like to give you a heads up on this. I think that in the MDA, there's gotta be a condition precedent that emergency easement's gotta be locked down. It's gotta be in writing, signed, sealed, delivered, recorded, that kind of thing. And a couple of points in the MDA, I'd like to see something that says that there'll be no combustible materials, plants or ground cover within 5 feet of any structure, and no trees within 10. I'd like to see, if you could please include the precise amounts of water that you're bringing for culinary and for irrigation in the MDA. And then I'd like to see section, I think this is 1.10.1, who's gonna maintain the trails? I'd like that nailed down, because if you're gonna maintain the trails, great, but I don't want it to be ambiguous such that 4 years, 5 years from now, we get into no, it's me, no, it's you. That's how we get into trouble around here. I don't wanna see that. And then Polly, this one's for you. I think 3.13.4.1. I think that language conflicts with section 1.15.3. And this is the no damages clause, just to kind of give you a heads up. And then I understand there's an issue in section 4.1 that, about when you commence construction of the commercial, when you finish. And I understand there's some we're kind of at loggerheads there. Could you talk about some resolutions that you're comfortable with proposing?
Sure. Let me, if I can remember all of them right now, go back, hit on a couple of them, the first ones.
I just hit the last one, right?
Yeah.
Each one's the last.
Yes, but if you would just the last one.
Well, okay. I had a question though for clarification.
Sure.
On the trees 10 feet from a structure, right? We intend, because we have some sizable retaining walls, to put foliage to, well, you know, hide some of those areas, because they're very tall. Is that a structure?
I would have to
We can
defer
work that with Thomas.
Holly on this, but my understanding as the author again of that amendment to our town code is we don't want anything flammable within 5 feet of any residential or commercial structure.
Okay.
That would be.
And that's based on the recommendation of the Wasatch Fire Department.
It should generally be good, because even though it's defined as a structure, technically
Right.
patios and things like that,
It does say residential
Okay.
or
Right, it
commercial
does-
structure.
and typically we think of it as the vertical walls.
Right,
We should-
yeah, just wanted to be clear.
But then no trees within
Yeah,
that.
Right. So,
We really want to be able to keep fire insurance in the town. And we want to keep it at a reasonable cost.
absolutely.
And that's one of the things we're told is the first step.
As to the last item then?
The last item
Question.
was the commercial timing. I understand
Right.
there's some, what options are there that you're
Yeah.
comfortable with committing to for that?
So it's our intent, to do this in the timeline that's in the MDA right now. There are dates and things in there. There was some language that was, added into it that gave us pause because it tied the completion of the, commercial building, not the lease up, but the commercial building, to the issuance of certificates of occupancy for the residential things. And in our view, they're two different things. So there needed to be some kind of clarity to that, but I think what we are prepared to do and propose is not tie it to the occupancy permits, certificates of occupancy for the residential, because some of those could land, a long time, and that wouldn't be service to they could take a long time to get developed. That would not be a service to the city. We're prepared to say, we're gonna start when we say in the NDA, and barring force majeure issues, acts of God, whatever, things that we don't have control over, right? If we don't start within a 12-month period, we need to come back and talk to council and tell them why. And explain, here's what the delay is, it's not in our control, we're still moving forward with it. Now, that's all moved if we come out of the ground, if we move, and start to do that. The completion word was of particular sensitivity because, again, we don't have control over a lot of things. We don't know that, I don't know, not to go negative, but tariffs, material supplies, things like that, deliveries, will push us beyond a date that to finish the building that we would want to. We just want some flexibility for that. And what we would propose in that is that it be stipulated that it be completion of the shell and core, not the tenant finish, because again, we don't know what that is. And that we have the ability to, if things come up that are outside of our control, we have the ability to at least extend it maybe one time. So if we say it's gonna take 24 months from the day we start to finish the shell and core, there's conservative stretch of time in that allows for winter conditions, material deliveries and things like that. But if we don't know for sure other things like that, we'd like to be able to say, give us another window beyond that if we need it, of another 6 months to complete the shell and core.
And just to reinforce from the ownership standpoint, we want to beat those dates.
Of
We need to beat those dates. Because the faster we get that built, faster we get the tenants in, faster we get revenue, faster we get tax dollars.
As we say something like, it'll be completed by X date, absent matters beyond your control, such as labor, strikes,
Sure.
material shortages, earthquakes. Is that something you'd be willing to agree to?
Absolutely, absolutely. I hesitate to ask for the name of the construction company that the chief had, but they're gonna move. Yeah.
We can
Yes,
get you that if you want.
absolutely, no, we would agree to language like that, for sure.
So I just want to be clear, you're talking like a 2-year plus a 6-month, is that what I heard?
At the
Joe?
outside, yeah.
And
Mayor?
that's for developing the commercial?
Mhm.
Yes.
So you're gonna do the residential first?
Yes.
Cause that's phase one.
Phase one is the infrastructure, so we can sell lots.
Yeah.
For the, and then we do the commercial and the villas after the commercial.
And the commercial will start, we have 7 estate lots, we're gonna focus on that.
Right.
Cause you get the infrastructure up there, right? But at the same time, we get the commercial going. So there will be an overlay, it won't be one, get them all done, then that, so there'll be, now the last one, the villas, we're gonna probably wait till the whole thing it's done, and then the villas.
Mayor, did you wanna, sorry to interrupt, it looked like, you know, you had the presentation from the applicant, which is fantastic, and then it looked like you were just asking for additional questions from the council. I just wanna make sure that you have the opportunity to hear from Thomas.
I was thinking the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Thanks,
It
Polly,
just
for
felt
that.
like we were kind of jumping a step, because he can also touch on some reasons why, so that you can also at some point hear what staff's thoughts were, and also talk about the planning commission.
And some of this
recommendations.
goes into the MDA piece now that we're talking about.
Yeah, you
So
can
it kind of-
combine the two, they're.
Good.
Yeah, I know, it's hard to separate.
Yeah.
But,
And I'd
Yeah.
like to add the, engineering recommendations, because in the packet, which we got after dinner last night, which I'm looking at now, I didn't have time to read carefully. There is an engineering report as well, so it would be our planning report, our engineering report, and a summary of what the planning commission covered in their recommendations. I'd like to have all of that.
and Dennis, are you on?
He is,
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. Okay, so let's
okay,
put this together as so we don't skip this step. Thanks. I'm sure you'll be back there, you know.
Yeah.
John, that's perfect. I think that's a good overview, so I think you guys have a pretty good sense of the project, so I'll walk through maybe some of the more technical planning components, and I can walk you through a little bit of the history. Mayor, are you controlling the screen? I don't know, want to see the staff report as I go through it?
Yeah, the staff report was in the beginning of this.
It's up at the very beginning, there's a number of lengthy exhibits, so it's quite a ways up. I don't have the
Here we go.
packet number, page numbers on my version. But it looks like we're there.
I think this is it.
Go up just a little bit, and there you go. Okay,
So what page is it?
13.
okay, so I'll just kind of give you guys a quick overview. So, at the September 18th, 2025 meeting, the planning commission, who had been working with the applicant for about 10 months on different iterations of this project, approved the master development agreement by a vote of 3-2. And they approved the rezoning for the development by a vote of 4-1. There were some concerns. Some of the planning commissioners mentioned some concerns with the MDA with regard to the number of exceptions. So that we got a 3-2 vote, and the rezone got a 4-1 vote, favorably recommended to council. This project was built on a master concept plan that the planning commission approved back in February of 25. If you go to the next page, Mayor, I'll kind of walk you through some of the site characteristics so that everybody's a bit familiar with the site. Just, there you go. So this site's about 15.12 acres. I think most of you know where it is. It's actually kind of situated between Claim and Mr. Wolf's house. It is a steep terrain, it's steep slopes. The proposal is for 7 single-family estate dwelling units, 5 villas that they kind of outline nicely for you, and the commercial building at about 15,000 square feet of space. It's currently zoned mountain, which is a residential designation that allows 1 unit per 1 acre. And the steep slopes over 30% would deduct from that total in terms of density. And there are a number of acres that are over 30%. The applicant is proposing to cluster the development pursuant to our cluster ordinance, which is actually being wrapped into the master development agreement, making it a little bit easier. So the 12 lots that are proposed are certainly smaller than the acre. As Mr. Crowley noted, the 7 estate lots are about 3/4 of an acre, give or take. The villa lots are significantly smaller, right along 248. The only area proposed for a rezone would be the commercial area, which I think is 1.08 acres, although I saw on maybe your updated slides, it might be 1.3 acres, so we'll certainly confirm that. But it's just that area that would be proposed to go from mountain, which is a residential designation, to NMU, neighborhood mixed use, to allow for the commercial development. You go to the next slide, they kind of walked you through this, so I won't spend a lot of time here, other than that you do recognize that for any rezoning, it is purely discretionary and it does have to meet the general plan. They walked through a number of the components where I think they do meet the general plan. The planning commission is in agreement with that, but we've outlined that here in case you wanted to discuss that further. You go to the next.
Thomas, does that include the post part of the general plan?
So that's interesting because relative to post, there was a recommendation at the last planning commission meeting on September 18 to include a trail connection up to the Clean Trail system once it is developed. It's not been developed yet, but that would go through kind of that open space that wraps the upper portions of this development where it was clustered to preserve the native vegetation and the open space on the top side. So there was recommendation for a trail to go over to the Clean Trail. Keep in mind, there is a sidewalk up from Miners Way. You guys probably saw that from Claim to the commercial development. Beyond that, there would be a walkway of decomposed granite all the way up to the top single family residential unit. So that would be a trail system to get them down to the commercial development. But also the planning commission just asked for one that would take it over to the Claim Trail system once it's done, which is behind behind Claim.
Which will be public.
Which would be publicly accessible, right? Yeah. So if you go just below this, we've got a few discussion items. I think we actually, you may have walked through these. I don't know if you want to go to page, I have a different page, so never mind. I was gonna say we could go to the MDA, we'll go there in just a second. You guys talked through the second bullet point, which is Exhibit H in your packet. That was the timing for the development of the commercial. The planning commission wanted to make sure that there was a defined completion date for the commercial so that we don't end up with simply a foundation or something like that. I think you guys started to outline a bit of a compromise, so I think that is a discussion point, but just understanding that without the MDA, without the conditional use permit, again, which has been incorporated into the MDA, with the steep slopes on this site, we estimate that its capacity, its density is probably 4 to 6 units, give or take. That's what could be built here by right now. And so with the additional density allocation, with the give on the part of the team for the commercial development, there just was a recommendation and a strong commitment by the planning commission to make sure that the commercial did get developed and did get done. So a final date, not just start the project, but actually finish it. So that was something you guys talked about. We noted, the planning commission noted as well that the emergency egress through Claim, that requires an easement with the Claim development, that's over private property. That is a requirement for the commercial development, the secondary EMS, emergency management services, ingress egress, that would have to be, if not provided, signed at the time you approve it, it would certainly have to be at minimum a condition. That is a requirement, otherwise the project would not be able to move forward as proposed.
Do we have that easement on record yet?
We don't yet, it hasn't been signed as of yet.
It has not been signed, Mayor. It has been given to the Claim developer. They've reviewed it. They've asked for a conversation with us next week. We asked them to do it this week and, it just didn't work out that way, but it's in process.
Do you know what street in Claim this would?
Yeah, it's their most recent completed street. I can't remember.
What's the name of that?
It begins with an A, yeah.
It's Alpine Way, or
Alpine
something
Way.
like that. What is it?
Apex Way.
Apex.
Yeah, thank you.
So I'm just gonna circle back and make sure that everybody understands some of the code exceptions that were incorporated into the MDA. Again, smaller lots. Many of the lots will be built on some slopes that exceed 30%. They go from 30 to 36%. That was one of the trade-offs that's noted as an exception. We have the reduced lot sizes also incorporated. We have reduced minimum setbacks for both the single family estate lots
Those are 15 for the front yard, 20 for the rear, and 15 for each side yard. The front yard normally requires 50, the rear yard requires 30, and 25 for the side yard. So those were significantly reduced, but keep in mind, the size of the lots were also reduced, so it was somewhat proportionate. For the villa properties, the front yard was reduced to 20 feet, the rear yards are 20 feet, and the side yards would be 10 feet each.
Thomas, just to put that in context, 20 feet. I think like a Ram 1500 pickup truck is about 20 feet long. Does that fit?
The answer is yes, maybe barely, not always sure. But the other answer is, and you can certainly talk to Jerry and Tim about that, is the proposal for the villas is that no driveway would come directly in at a 90-degree angle to the garage. They would always come in at a kind of at a slope to the curb. So there was additional space to park and ensure that they didn't stick out into the right of way, into the street, I should say. And they can certainly go over that in detail if you want to walk through that. But the conveyance tonight and at the very end of the last meeting of the planning commission was that, again, they're not at 90-degree angles, so you only have the 20 feet. They come in and make a curve to the side.
Wait, I'm trying to figure out. I think a pickup truck, you spin it to the side.
Well, it's a minimum of 20 feet, so it would have to be 20 feet to get to the front facade of any building, okay? And then I think you're generally talking about side loaded garage.
Right, all the garage, none of the garages face the street, they're off to the side. So you have the approach and then turn to the garage and then into the garage itself.
I just want to make sure that these driveways are long enough for the kinds of vehicles people own.
There, that table that was on there, in the package, showed that the shortest one was 38 feet, or 37 feet, I guess, the driveway itself. So the longest one was 60.
Slide 6 was in our deck. It shows the circumference
It does
of all
show.
that.
Yeah, that's where I saw that.
Yeah.
It just looked like it.
And keep
And I
in
thought
mind
about a
that's.
turntable, maybe we need a turntable to get the cars turned.
No, but keep in mind, those measurements were based upon the 15-foot setback. The planning commission is asked to make that 20. So there's an additional 5 feet that they'll have now. So,
There was requested the planning commission to ensure that was a safe ingress egress for each of the driveways. The final exceptions were generally for retaining walls because this is a steep slope terrain. Retaining walls are maxed at 10 feet pursuant to the town's code. The exceptions requested were for up to 12 feet in height for the residential areas, maybe for driveways, maybe, patios, porches, depending if you're on the up or down slope. Retaining walls of up to 23 feet in height for the area of the access road, which is Wild Horse Way, which kind of is the road that wraps up behind the commercial development. So that would have approximately 22, 23 foot high retaining wall. It would generally be behind.
Anywhere in Hideout?
Yes.
Probably we do, maybe. Shoreline phase 1 probably does. Rustler probably has, they're tiered, but they probably start to get
Dear Waters has
in
one.
that area.
Like
Deepwater's has,
Love Mountain, for example, how high is that?
that's,
Ralph,
how
maybe
high
you
is that, Mayor?
It's more than 20 feet.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, because we've been out there,
Yeah.
numerous times.
Yeah, so we do have some precedent for that. Generally, the higher, that higher retaining wall would be located behind the commercial development, so you shouldn't see it from SR 248 because you've got a 40+ foot high commercial building in front of it. Along the parking lot, when you pull into the parking lot, the left side wall, it would be approximately 20 feet in height to open up that area for the surface parking lot above the decked parking lot. So those were the proposed retaining wall exceptions. And there was also a request for short-term rentals, but only in the villas, not in the single family lots. So just in the 5 villas up against 248. Kind of went through that quickly, but I wanted to make sure we got all of that out there. the planning commission approved or favorably recommended this project with the following conditions. So Mayor.
Further
There you
down,
go,
recommendation.
actually a little higher up, sorry. Little higher.
That's where.
Yeah, there you go. So no more than 2 access points for the villas. There was some concern about the number of curb cuts on the William, Bill Wolf's right of way, Wolf Road right of way up to Mr. Wolf's house, I should say. They recommended no more than 2 access points for the villas rather than 5 individual lots, kind of combine those.
Thomas, what's the rationale behind that? What's the purpose?
I think that the planning commission was, there was a bit of a safety concern, but it was really, I think, more opening, making sure that area was open for on-street parking, because it would be on-street parking on the other side, just to keep it relatively clear. I think that was the idea. There's also, and I'll certainly let Dennis speak to this, there's some concern about being able to get a villa at the very bottom, closer to Miners Way, because it's going to need to be a sizable stormwater basin there, so we might have to push them up slope anyway. So just to make sure that everything fit. Certainly, planning chairperson is here and may have some better input than I do in terms of memory regarding that.
Liz, was that the rationale or was there more?
I don't know if we have the picture of what we, approved, back in February. And the 5 units were one road came down and then there were 5 units off of that one road.
So they kind of had this little clustering of villas, so Wolf right of way that goes up to Mr. Wolf's house. Instead of having 5 individual curb cuts, they had a single curb cut that kind of clustered the 5 villas around it. So that one had a single. I think the planning commission did kind of harken back to that concept plan and was more comfortable with one, or the recommendation was for up to 2 points of access.
From a planning perspective, having the one road is a much better option.
When we want at least 2 or 3 points for safety and an emergency egress though?
No, well, that would only access 1 or 2 of those lots, 2 or 3 of those lots. So it really wouldn't solve that issue.
The initial concept plan did show a turnaround for emergency vehicles that they did enter into that area. And it was also not a lane that would require a second turnaround. It didn't exceed our code requirement for fire, for the length of the street for fire access.
Okay, thank you.
So that was, so no more than 2 points of access for the villas was a condition by the planning commission pursuant to their recommendation. The utility pole on lot 12 would be removed and placed underground. Snow removal is the responsibility of the HOA for the Wild Rose development, with the exception of the town would take care of snow removal up to the commercial, the driveway into the commercial development. Anything beyond there on the steeper slopes be the responsibility of the HOA, even though the proposed roads would be dedicated to the town as public roads. And that a trail would be constructed through the open space to connect to the claim trail network. We talked about that earlier. And then, subject to the conditions of approval listed in the planning and engineering staff reports. That was their recommendation on September 18th. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I also want to make sure that we let town engineer Dennis Pay walk through his recommendations for this project.
Hey, Dennis, are you on?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Thomas. I appreciate it, Mayor. You know what? Let me, I'll turn. All right, here I am. Yeah, we did have some recommendations, and I think these were part of the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt they recommended these engineering recommendations be part of the their approval. One, and I'll just hit on, there's 9 items. I'm gonna hit on the, I think the ones that are most critical. One, the first thing is that have a finalized slope map that's stamped by, their engineer of record. That was not, has not been included in the package. That's a kind of a critical document, as far as, a lot of the decisions that we made regarding streets and houses and things. So that's a big deal. All streets need to meet the current town standards. We talked a little bit about setbacks. Let's see, we had a Jersey barrier or something equivalent as a pedestrian safety barrier. I know in the original comments by the engineer it was stated a Jersey barrier. That's that kind of concrete barrier you see out on the highway. I don't think that's very aesthetically pleasing, but I think that we can come up with something that provides that safety refuge for pedestrians that looks a little nicer. To resolve the boundary discrepancy with claim in the vicinity of the retaining wall at the entrance, that would be to claim. That's another item. Thomas touched on the pole, the power pole. Then there is some drainage.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Dennis, if you can hear us, we can't hear you all of a sudden.
Muted, I think. Yeah.
You hit your space bar, I bet. I think you're muted.
Oops. Okay, am I back?
Yeah.
What was I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened, but what was the last thing you heard?
Drainage, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you didn't miss much then. Yeah, with drainage, there's a lot, I believe it's lot 8 that was there. There needs to be access to a detention basin. To get that maintenance access, it cuts down on the buildable area on the lot. That there was planning commissioners that were concerned that was too small. As they finalize design, we need to work with the developer and their engineer and make sure that we have adequate access to that storm drain retention basin, or I'm sorry, detention basin. And then the last item, there were some notes that need to be added to the plans. And item 9, so thank you, whoever's running the the board there. But the first one, 9A, that's what I was just talking about, the access to the detention basin. Fire hydrant spacing needs to be determined by Wasatch Fire District. They need to get where public stormwater drains to private property, get easements. And then work with the town engineer on any retaining walls that are located in the public right of way or that support a public road. So those are the comments. I think those were incorporated into the planning commission's recommendation, if I'm not mistaken. And if you have any questions regarding those, happy to address that.
Do you see any of these bullet points here as as impossible to overcome or extremely difficult, or are they just a matter of working out details?
I think that these are all things we can work through. I don't think there's any reasons to it's not to not approve, but they are things that as we make them conditions of any approval that might be made.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, these are all very workable.
Just a couple more items since we walked through some conditions. There were some conditions with regard to, in this planning report, with regard to, yes, revising the Jersey barrier to something that's a little bit more appropriate and in character for this area. Noting that the 5-foot concrete sidewalk would go from minor way all the way up to the stairwell leading into the commercial development. Beyond that, decomposed granite was fine. Submittal of a complete landscape plan, plant species, quantity, sizes, everything. Also inclusive of screening around the stormwater basin that would be visible from SR 248, screening the retaining walls, and then just preserving all of the open space common area that is part of the cluster development, with the exception of the trail, so just maintaining native vegetation.
Thomas, can you just go back to the Jersey barrier for a second? That's on the side of the road before, and that's before the side treatment for the sidewalk, is that what it is? I mean,
It would actually
What
be,
is that?
as you go up, Wolf Road, when you get to the top and you turn right,
Mhm.
and you kind of snake up this, along the 7 single-family lots. It would probably start there, because that road is about 20, there's a 20-foot high wall that provides for the surface parking for the commercial development, so I think it was intended there for a while, and probably continuing up maybe halfway, maybe give or take, I'm guessing, until it turned around. So maybe coming up with like an appropriate guardrail that would serve purposes to protect people, bikes, and cars, something like that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Yeah,
figure out why we need it and what it might look like, because we don't have anything like that.
we
anywhere
don't.
else.
And so I think it is because that road, as it snakes up, is very, very close to the wall that opens up that parking lot. There's very little space up there. There'd be there's enough space for the crushed granite walkway, and then very little beyond that. So that was the protection barrier.
And that wall, that, I'll call it giant retaining wall, 23 feet or whatever I heard.
It's segmented.
That's. What do you mean segmented?
It's not gonna look like the Cross Bronx Expressway, where you're like in this concrete canyon.
It's not,
The proposal would be to look to tier that as much as possible.
you're in how far back?
Um,
I know we had five.
We
five-
require 5 feet. I don't know that we've settled on an exact, that you've settled on an exact number. But we would recommend that it be tiered. It's probably a vertiblock wall or something that is engineering, that meets engineering standards, because that wall would not likely be stacked rock because of its importance to hold up the right of way. That would ultimately be the responsibility of the town for maintenance down the line, because it is a public right of way, to be clear. The part of the wall right behind the parking lot for the commercial development is some sort of a naturalized shotcrete or something like that, but there would probably have to be a structural component to that, because that would also be supporting the right of way for which the town would ultimately be responsible. So that would certainly have to be coordinated with Dennis to make sure that it's engineered appropriately.
Is that in here in the?
Alicia, I'm gonna log in on Zoom when I get home. I won't leave you hanging.
Let's see about
Is
it.
that in the, maybe I should be asking Dennis, is that in the engineering recommendations, anything about the wall? And if it is, just point it out to me, because,
I don't know that detail may have been defined as of yet, but.
Are you
Dennis-
talking about the fact that the wall be tiered or?
yeah, and it's something as Thomas, I think, just said, that's the town's, that's gonna be the town's
That would also
responsibility.
be part of the right of way, I would think, unless, correct me if I'm wrong.
If I may.
Well, the recommendation and so I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over anyone.
Go ahead, and then there's someone in the room whose name I don't know, will
He's
come
the
up. there.
attorney for this.
I think
Thank you. Come up.
I think if you look at, again, on my report on, it's item 9D, there, it says, quotes the town code. It says the town engineer shall determine the most appropriate engineering system and materials for retaining walls located within the public right of way and those located outside public right of way that support a public road. That doesn't, immediately, it doesn't, directly address tiering, but as far as materials and, how that wall is constructed, it does give a lot of discretion to the engineer, that condition to the town engineer to determine how that wall is built and
Thank you,
constructed.
Dennis, that's exactly what I was looking for. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Nate Mitchell, I'm counsel for the applicant. And I was hoping to speak a little bit later after Thomas had finished his presentation, but insofar as it's helpful, if you look in recital K to the NDA, section 1.3 and section 311, and I'm happy to read those in line.
Yeah, go ahead and read them, because I have no idea where anything.
So section, recital K says final approval for the layout shall be submitted for preliminary and final subdivision review pursuant to the process governed by the HMC. And that states the general principle. And then in section 1.3, it says applications for approval for the project shall be subject to the requirements of the HSC, except as expressly provided in the agreement, and there's no exception for compliance with roads. And then section 3.11 specifically addresses the road requirement, and it says compliance with the town's engineering standards and specifications is required, and no exceptions are permitted, except as otherwise specifically identified in this agreement, without an amendment to this document, which would require us to come back to you all. And it's really the applicant's full intent to carefully hew to and comply with engineering standards. We had a lot of discussion, Ms. McLean and I, about vesting, probably the most academic discussion and contested discussion. And Polly, who I have tremendous respect for, insisted that we not include some of the vesting language in the code, and really took a strong stance on making sure that the town engineering standards were repeatedly referenced throughout this NDA, and she won that battle, respectfully so. And so we think that it is addressed, and we do have some concerns about one or two of these conditions that I'd like to address when Thomas is done with his presentation. But if
I
that's
would say
okay.
go ahead, I'm actually done with presenting unless you all have questions.
Well, we're gonna have some
Sure.
questions, but I also wanted to make sure that Dennis, are you complete with your review from the engineering? Cause I think we're diving into what kinds of standards we're gonna have to have, and we know the wall situation, retaining wall situation in town. And so we certainly want to make sure that we're complying with the highest standards. Or potentially even, where it gets designed or changed in the future complies with the highest standards at that point in time. And I think that's where we want to go with all this, because we've run into problems in the past by not doing that. And so that's really where we want to go. And that's only for, I think that's in the best interest of all the occupants and that you're selling to. So I think we just need to define that correctly.
We're in agreement.
I'll just add to, we're talking about the technical and the engineering of it, but from, again, the brand standpoint, we're gonna make sure all the materials are aesthetically at the higher end. Hands down, we're not gonna have anything that's gonna look less than that.
Mayor, we've also tried to build just a little bit of flexibility into this in terms of, for example, Jersey barriers. There's a more aesthetically pleasing that meets the town's aesthetic. And what we did with the language that I proposed to Polly and Thomas is basically it makes it contingent on the agreement of the town engineer and the town planner in terms of alternative solutions or flexibility, and that's in section 1.5. So to your point, we're gonna try to work with them and collaborate with them throughout this process.
Thanks, man. So we still have to deal with two parts of this. You're gonna lead the second part, I take it, on the MDA, which is we haven't really gotten to.
Yes.
So I just wanna make sure we give enough time to the rezoning piece here. And so, and then we have to have public input on that as well. And I think we've gone through the planning piece, the engineering piece, a little bit of the quote unquote MDA legal piece, which will flow into the next session. Thomas, you want to add anything to this, or how do you feel in terms of sharing your knowledge at this point?
I don't think so. I think we've covered everything. Dennis, are you generally comfortable with where you've landed in terms of advance to the council?
I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I don't either. As I said, we want to work with them to make sure that, from an aesthetic perspective, the retaining walls, they are large. We want to make sure they look good. If it is vertical block, not natural block, we want to make sure it's staying, that it looks good. We tier where we can, space is tight, we understand that, but I think the applicants have shown good faith effort to work with this, so.
We want a long shelf life.
Yeah.
Because this is the third town I've dealt with high walls, and I've seen some crumble away. So that only benefits everybody again. I think we know if there's any more comments from council.
I think
We
one
We need
thing,
to open it up to public input.
yeah, and just one thing I'd note about the rezone is just what's interesting about this one is that all we're really rezoning is the commercial area, the NMU. The rest of it is staying mountain. we baked now it kind of flips over back to the MDA, but we baked the CUP, but they are entitled to cluster under our code. They probably couldn't get the roads and some other things without the development agreement, but in terms of zoning, they are comporting with the underlying zone, it's not more than one home, one residence per acre. And then really the rezone is only for that commercial.
There is one legal issue on the rezone that I'd like to address briefly, if it'd be helpful to the council.
Well, if
It
it's
won't
pertinent,
relate-
yeah, because we still want to get some public input on this.
Yeah, but I can wait until after public's commentary.
I'd like to hear it now.
Okay,
We get there if we can do that.
just,
Yeah, Nathan, let's keep it short.
yes, sir. So this is just a very, very minor point, and we noticed it in prepping for our discussion today. That there is some language in the ordinance approving, I guess, the development agreement and the rezone. That the phasing plan and the.
What section, please?
It's on the ordinance, the staff, those language for the ordinance, I think. That it is.
Mayor, it'd be just before the start, it'd be after, my staff report, so it's way up here, it'd be after my staff report, before the MDA, I think. At least in my packet.
114 in the bottom left-hand corner, I don't know what that is for the PDF. but
What are we looking for?
The proposed ordinance,
Oh, it's on page,
114, yeah, I do
it's
see
on
that.
page 18 of the packet. Right?
Yes, it's page 18. of
Okay,
that.
sorry.
Well, that's, oh, yeah, here we are. Here you go, Nathan.
thank you, Mayor. I think our only concern here is if you scroll down to the second page under section 3. I think we're pretty concerned about the language in subsection B. The phasing plan of the development agreement must be adhered to. We don't have any objection to that. We want to follow the phasing plan. And that says, and if the commercial is not completed by December 31st, 2027, the zoning designation shall revert to MR. That seems like a little bit of a harsh remedy. The MDA itself has some default language and some meet and cure and mediation dispute resolution provisions. The concern here is we spend 10 million to bring, 15 million to bring commercial. I guess it's 9.7 for the commercial. And we've got a building there, a parking lot, a retaining wall, and then it's gonna revert back to zoning. And I think what we'd like there is probably a longer cure period in case we have a little bit of issues, and maybe some further definition. This is similar to the MDA, is what constitutes completion? So just the construction of the walls, and that sort of thing. So we defer to the council's.
Yeah, now, looking at this, that's the word that seems to be in question here, and a good definition makes sense here.
But we'd love to engage in that dialogue. I promised I'd keep it brief.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Mayor, may I add one thought to that? In terms of completion, and we talked about it earlier, pursuing and procuring a tenant. If there's a provision that the tenant can see in a master development agreement that the zoning would revert, it would make it very difficult, if not impossible, for us to find a tenant who would perhaps, under good counsel or something, read that and say, well, why would I execute a lease there if it could get pulled from me? That's the concern.
Sure, that makes sense. Polly, do you have any input on this?
Yeah, so this was drafted, and this also goes back to kind of the phasing plan with the idea that, the benefit they're getting, the reason why we're allowing all these exceptions is because in large part, the commercial they're bringing. And so the idea is to make sure that that commercial comes, because that's what's motivating. If they just came in with a residential project, I don't think there would have been the same amount of excitement for this project. And so the idea was, you need to have the commercial, and that was kind of why you had that trigger of well, you can't have more COs until the commercial is done, because the idea is that you wanna make sure that commercial is done. And we're just not left 10 years from now with more residential, but we didn't get that commercial. So I think there's wiggle room, of course, we wanna work with them, but the underlying thought is we don't wanna have. We want to have a carrot and a stick to make sure that we're not just giving something and then they don't, if they don't perform, not out of bad will or anything.
Put a freeze
but-
on the residential.
It was Bob, I think.
Yeah, it's not open for public input quite yet, so.
I think.
And yes, continue, Paul, because.
So that was the thought process behind kind of having these thresholds of, okay, well, you would, this. Property could, if they just came in for residential, it could probably support, I think we came up with 5.
It's
Homes.
4, 5, 6,
Somewhere
Roughly.
around there, so that's why we kind of said, okay, well, yeah, we get, you wanna make money, you know, you need to start with that, but then after that, we want the commercial to come in and be complete before you get the benefit of the rest of the commercial.
Are we defining complete as with a tenant or just the shell as being complete? Because
The
it seems to me.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're not, yeah, we can't
right,
control that.
exactly. And so I guess I'd ask the applicant, you know, if we said something like, you know, the language that we talked about before. Let's see, you know, it's gotta be completed by X date, absent, you know, the force majeure collection of issues, labor strikes, material shortages, earthquake, act of God kind of stuff. Is that something that you're comfortable with?
I think we would be, again, it's just finding that balance, because we don't want to create something in the term of the agreement that's counterintuitive to tenant.
Right.
Getting the right tenants.
We want you to get a tenant.
Yeah, I want tenants, but I do want to remind everybody that this, it was on a Zoom meeting that I was on, that the city, when I came back and said, hey, I would do, commercial. I didn't think we could ever do commercial. So you guys asked me to do it, and I thought, wow, that's very innovative. So that's where it came from, just so we're clear on that. And believe me, we want it. We think this town needs it, needs the revenue. Well, again, we think it's gonna transform that whole side of 248.
Yeah, Tim, I think we're in certainly agreement on
Yeah.
that. How do we get to an agreement on
Exactly.
completion date that satisfies both parties?
Yep.
In a way that, we wanna make, give you adequate time, but we also wanna have some proper guarantees or warranties or whatever, some assurances
Absolutely.
that that the town gets what it wants, and I think that's what Polly is alluding to. So how do we wordsmith this that makes sense, for both parties?
Okay. We're willing to do that.
Okay.
What we call it?
If Bob, I think we may have heard you jump in. If you're there and you want to jump in, you may, and otherwise we're gonna open it up to public comment.
No, I'm just hanging on in case the public has any questions on the numbers.
Oh, that was Rob, but we're not talking about Bob.
Well, Bob.
Okay,
Is Bob on?
is Bob on? Okay, so, let's open this to public input. Anyone have any comments? And if you do, there's at least 2 people online. You wanna, Alicia, you wanna open this to the online folks? And state your name and, well, we left that off the last one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, there were some hands up.
Yeah, there were some hands up.
There were 2 hands up, I saw.
I'll go if people don't.
Can we remind people how to raise their hand?
Star 6 and star 9.
Why don't we start with the?
There's also,
Okay. Let's start with folks here then. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, there's no sense in delaying from.
That's it. You want me to go?
Yeah, if you would stand up and state your name and.
So hi, my name is Ted Pearlstein. I just bought a place here.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. So me and my family will live here part of the time. Very exciting. Two things. First, I've been reading the notes from the meetings, watching the meetings, and I just have to say, I commend all of you guys for the thoughtfulness that you put into everything. It's incredible. Second is, because I just bought, I have an interesting, I think I have a relatively unique perspective. I can imagine many of you have just recently bought or moved to the area. And just something that no one's really talked about, I've seen, is that, you know, when I was going through my buying process, right, I'm looking at the other side of Jordanelle heavily. Like, and there's so many available current units and future units for sale. And so from a competitive point of view, the push, you know, on Keeley Ridge and, you know, hey, we're gonna build this retail, this commercial, and over here, you know, I got really excited with what I was reading. And I would imagine most of the other folks are a little more risk averse than I am. So the idea that this is an idea, like, to me, didn't scare me. And this is one of the main reasons that I selected this side, well, the view, obviously, but you know, the potential opportunity for being able to walk with my kids and my wife and my dog to get a coffee, get a beer, get a burger. You know, that was exciting to me, all with this and hiking and so forth. So that tipped the needle for me. But the folks that aren't me, which I'm sure are a lot of professionals, and you know, this is a competitive market. You know, they might not feel the same way I do. So, you know, moving forward with something like this, I think from, you know, from an economics point of view, obviously create more demands, you know, increase property values, increase tax base, and blah, 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 is powerful. So I just wanted to give you guys a perspective from someone that just bought here, and just to think about the folks that are also shopping, you know, and deciding where to move to. Thanks for all this time.
Thank you for taking the time.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Ingrid Cook. I live in Shoreline Phase 2. What I'm really interested in understanding is, it was brought up that we were wanting to add additional commercial. Now, we're working already on adding commercial at Richardson Flat, is that correct?
it's in the process of discussion, so to speak.
It's very
We
early.
haven't gotten this far.
We have an MDA for Richardson Flat, so yeah.
it's farther. Okay, so
Further.
what, so in the numbers that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you meant, I thought you were talking about Ross Creek, so my mistake.
No problem.
So, yeah,
So-
my bad, yes, we have some fully fleshed out, Richardson Flat, proposal. And existing MDA, which may even go further than we're at.
Okay, so when you guys were, when the applicant was presenting its numbers, was that taken into consideration? Because this area, I mean, we have, my understanding is we have about 600 active people that live here year round. So the area that you're building, is the focus on bringing people who are gonna be full-time residents? Or are they, I know the first one that offers rental could be a mix, but the homes, are they gonna be full-time or part-time people or what?
We're gonna be full-time.
Okay, so how are we gonna be able to support having commercial over at Richardson Flat, having commercial over at this place, which I'm not disagreeing we should have it, but I mean, we already have Camus that has it, we have restaurants in Camus, we have all these services that are out there. What's gonna entice us to go to these other facilities when there's all these other facilities around, when there's so many other things that we should probably focus our efforts on?
Well, I would suggest choice. Right now, we have 0 choices in town. And I personally don't like to drive to Park City every time I want to go have a meal.
Well,
So I kind of like the idea of having something local. That's just my personal opinion.
and you're entitled to that, but still, we still have stuff in Camas. I mean, I've mapped it. It's 5 minutes to go to Camas. It's 6 minutes to go to Park City. I don't want to drag this out too long, but the point is, I believe there's other things that we could be focusing our efforts on in the community. And I understand why we need the commercial. We can't live on property tax. No one's questioning the why. I'm concerned about it being successful. I believe at our last planning commission for the global plan that we were gonna do for the area plan, I believe I remember an individual who was actually a restaurateur who had indicated something about they didn't feel comfortable trying to put a restaurant in here because of the traffic. We just don't have the traffic to support it. So
again, I appreciate the push for this, but this push has to be made so that this company is gonna be successful, because I don't want them to toss $10 million into the wind. But we need to do it wisely.
I would suggest if you take like, do you know the Deer Creek restaurant over by the Deer Creek Reservoir? Sits right on the edge. If you go south on 248, or I'm sorry, on 40.
Okay.
There's a reservoir as you go south, you know, kind of where that is.
What's the name of the restaurant?
It's on
The lake house.
The lake.
Lake House on the way to Sundance, if you go down 89, I think.
All the way down.
It's on the right hand side.
Do you go there?
Yes, I do.
Is that farther than 5 minutes?
But yes, it is. Here's my point. That they have an even lower density of houses and people in that area. And yet that lake house seems to be very successful. If you try to book a reservation, you gotta book out. So I think the demand is there. This is again, my personal opinion. I think the demand is there because we just don't have anything in town. And that's just my perspective.
Yeah,
And that's fair.
Collect some others.
I would say, if you're in business, and Tim is an established business guy, and anybody who's gonna do this wouldn't do that without thinking through the marketability and the long-term potential success. And, I think you're right on a lot of points. So, what we don't know is what we don't know, Ingram, and, if I was sitting in my old executive position, you take chances based upon the best information that you possibly can get from the best people, and you rely upon, so to speak, experts who are developers in this space. I honestly don't know. I think we're gonna be successful because there's like 20,000 homes coming into this area. So the density will go up over time. Just look at Shoreline. We're
Well,
talking another
I-
700 homes.
Respectfully, Mayor, I agree with that concept, but the part that I don't believe we're really grasping our hand on is how many people are gonna be here year round? I will tell you right now, to your point about being, personal preference, I don't go out to eat but maybe once or twice a month. Now, that's me personally, and I know there's people out there that do more, and when I go out, it's usually for pizza. So, I'm not saying it won't success, but I want his business to be successful. What I don't want is there to be this big commercial spot, nor do you, sitting there empty, because we all overestimated how many people are actually willing to eat there.
Well, one other thing I think we have to look at, and I don't know if Tim's looked at this, but we're at 870 doors right now. We will be at.
Well, is that full time? I'm more interested.
No, let me
Okay.
finish my thought, Ingram. I'll give you some stats. So we're at 870 doors right now. We're running about 45% full-time, 55% part-time. We will have at least 2,300 doors, not counting potential any other annexation. So we're about a third of the way built out, just in Hideout. 2A is still building out. You have other areas, including, there's been proposals by Ivory Homes to do another 1,000 homes. There's at least 2,000 homes on the other side of the Jordanelle. We have to think about, they're gonna, I doubt you're just looking at Hideout attraction. You're looking at all these other new homes that are coming in, including Deer Valley. Again, I'm not putting your business plan together, but I would be looking at kind of like what Extel put together for their business plan and how that connects to us and how you're gonna leverage that. And we do want them to be successful. Your thoughts are really well taken. At least I'm just putting my business hat on here and I'm trying to make sure, I can't imagine Tim not looking through what the trajectory of full-time residents, new residents, number of doors, how fast those doors are moving, and the number of doors outside. So you have to go on a little bit of faith there from our first commercial endeavor.
No, and I do appreciate that, but I guess I'll leave with this. I mean, we have Black Rock. And I'm sure several people have eaten here and we've seen it go this way and this way and this way, for those who can't see me, up and down. So my concern is, I've gone to the Black Rock. The Black Rock actually has people who are supposedly staying there, as a hotel. And I sat in that restaurant and I was the only one there.
So again, I just want, I don't, build as you feel is best, and I agree, you're not gonna go out there and just build something without making sure you got a plan. Right. My concern is, I wanna make sure you are made aware of the whole area.
Yeah, Ingram, on that basis, I've been there when there's only a few people there, but I've been there when you can't get a parking spot and they have overflow over to, the Jordan now. So again, it's a mixed bag. Tim, could you address for just a quick, or 2 minutes,
Thank you.
your
Thank you for taking the
perception of how you're going to market this? Cause I don't think we've spent any time on that. And do you have any facts,
We've
figures?
been we've been working with
Yeah.
professionals
First
in
of all,
this area.
thank you for your input. I mean, that's, it's important.
We don't wanna, basically, I think Ingram's saying, and all of us are saying, how do we make this a success? Even how does the town
Right.
work with you guys to market this so that we can make a place to come to rather than just, throwing this out? And I think that's what we wanna do here. So go
Well, we
ahead.
certainly intend to work closely with the town and and its patrons and residents and everything. But about a year ago, we started thinking further and deeper into this. We interviewed 3 different groups that are the experts in retail in the valley here. One's from down in Heber City, as well as one's from Park City. And we did exhaustive sessions of interviews with them. I have them bring in data, actual data information about what they think will work here. And granted, that's their business, right, is to have, they make their income off of leasing spaces up and everything like that. But these are people who have been doing this for a long time, know this valley and this area here really well. Our lead, we haven't executed an engagement with anybody yet because we don't have the right to do it yet. But the group that has been the most successful up and down the valley here and in Park City is Berkshire Hathaway group out of Park City. The Pendry, if you might be familiar with that, is that was a lot more than $10 million risk, to be successful there. And these places take time, to lease up and everything else. But that's the group that was one of 4 that we interviewed. So we're not doing it in a vacuum and just kind of thinking about, well, hey, let's throw this up there. How do we do that? We're not experts at that. We're experts on the development side. But just as we bring in a civil engineer who knows how to deal with mountain sides and stormwater and all of that, we go to experts for the commercial piece of it too. Nothing guarantees it. I'm glad you said it, Mayor. Nothing guarantees that in 5 years you chose the wrong operator and they struggle or they have a hard time. That's the risk that everybody takes, and we're prepared to take that too. I don't think that'll happen.
And Ingrid brought some other good points up. One is there could be competition with, I don't know if there's gonna be competition with Richardson Flat, because it's kind of a separate domain.
Right.
But Ross Creek, that, and initially when you were mentioning, I'm thinking Ross Creek here, that could be some competition. So, we want these commercial entities to coexist and thrive. Exactly. So have you thought through that as well?
Yeah, I mean, again, the way we're looking at it is it's the diversity of our product and service. So the Richardson Flats and Ross Creek will probably be going more, like I say, more C-stores, whatever they're gonna be doing, maybe a bar, pub, whatever. The restaurant might be the feature, but the breakfast place, the cafe, the grocery store, little marketplace, that's gonna probably do as much as the restaurant.
And those ideas came out of these discussions with the marketing people.
Yeah.
When we pressed them on the question, what is the right mix? So that it's complementary. It goes through the seasonal shifts and changes in consumer spending, exercises, things like that. And so that's.
And I think, what I'm looking at in the renditions you gave us, the level of, it's a higher quality kind of place than, say, Richardson Flat is probably gonna go after. And then you're like in the 3.5 star range or something like that. And I think they're, well, hopefully 5-star. But, we don't want to price people, but we also have a high, we have a high threshold of call it income in this town. I mean, we're way up there.
Yeah.
We're as technically as high as Park City, and as well as the value of the homes right now. So those bode well. We don't have the density yet, to Ingram's point, so, we're still, and so, that density is only gonna increase at about maybe 125 homes max, but hopefully the other pieces. So,
But we look at the whole 248 corridor here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, we're gonna get, and of course, Claim, we are really an amenity for Claim. I mean, there's a guy right there, just, he bought a place for that reason.
I went down to the food store 6 times over the past 2 days. I dropped back and forth, literally 6 times. If I could walk to get coffee, I wasn't kidding about walking, like that, the idea about walking in the area.
I'm guessing your value just went up 20.
Well, all of our value does, and that's the point, right?
It's the comments.
That is the-
Yeah, you can, thank you.
We wanna win, for
So-
sure.
So that was really good comments. Let's move on with, any other comments?
I have a lighthearted one.
Um,
Can you show the,
Hold on, we have some, Bill was back there and he's.
sorry.
Yeah, Bill, can you come up? Because this directly affects you.
Totally.
Sorry, Mr. Wolf. Yeah. Bill.
Bill's,
Okay.
yeah, William Wolf. I'm at the top of Gray Wolf Drive. I've lived there for almost 27 years. And I'm the gray and the wolf and Gray Wolf. So one of my comments is this project, I've had mixed emotions about, no one wants to have stuff built right around them. And there was a time there wasn't a single structure on the whole lake except, and so I've seen a lot of development. And when Tim came in a long time ago, it seemed like, this was his goal to develop this. And I knew it was coming, and I knew everything else was coming, so, I'm a developer, I've been a developer, my whole adult life, commercial and residential. And I'm not one to really stand in the way of development. So, I'd like to say I'm not opposed to this at all, at this point. And I want to be a good neighbor. I like Tim and his family, and I enjoy the idea of them being neighbors and retiring here. And I look at the growth of this area, and this may be a couple more years before this is fully online. But for example, there's a development you may not know much about, Black Rock Estates, which is behind Hideout. That's another 170 multi-million-dollar homes, and plus high-end people in Oakley. I think the restaurant's gonna attract more of the high-end people. And as they're coming to Park City and Deer Valley East is gonna get very, very crowded. And traffic, if you go through Heber, Main Street, it's just a nightmare. Even going down Jordanville Expressway, if someone wants to take a shortcut to all the amenities that are coming up to the largest snow beach in the world, Deer Valley will have all the shops and stores and everything. It's gonna be difficult and troublesome and problematic for a lot of these people. So I think in the respect, and I've also been a restaurateur as well, had a chain of half dozen pizza restaurants, gourmet pizza restaurants, not as high end as yours, but anyway, it's a hard business, it's a tough business, and you really have to do your due diligence, and they're throwing a lot of money into this, and it's their prerogative, in my opinion, if they think it's gonna succeed, and more power to them. From my opinion, in a global view of the area, I've seen the growth and I see where it's going. It may not support exactly this day, but the growth is just incredible, and it's a very special location, this whole mountainside of Hideout. And so I think it'd be attractive to a lot of people. Now, as someone right there, I'm not crazy about a lot of it, and I think Jersey barriers are the antithesis of luxury and finance. But I haven't said that. Just a couple of concerns I had. One, that there was talk about renaming Gray Wolf, which I'm not fond of. I think you know, as it branches off to your subdivision, you know, wild horse.
We can work it out.
Would be good. We should work it out. I mean, it's the main exit off of two. Secondly, I heard you wanting to remove a power pole on lot 9 or whatever that was. So, because you're gonna be getting a new transfer, a new path of power.
Yeah.
That my all west communication comes up that way on those poles. So I don't know if there's a way to negotiate so I don't lose my internet.
That would be reasonable, sir.
They're actually part of the
the whole
Rocky
thing.
Mountain Power is bringing all of that stuff underground.
Well, I know they're
up
gonna
along
bring
Wolf Road.
Comcast up from the end of my drive, or our, you know, the Great,
Yeah.
Great Wolf. That All West has, you know, as part of that utility easement connection, they come on the poles. And they were gonna bury it at one point, but it was just easier to hook it onto the poles, but if the pole goes away. I don't know if we could give permission to All West to reroute the line up there, or,
The requirement of losing the pole is from the city. We'll work with you.
right,
I think, to
and
put
that's
in-
why I'm bringing it up, because I just.
We're gonna
heard
be
this.
putting sleeves in for all the homes and everything too.
So, yeah, there's just a way, if you wanna work on, just on your
Yeah.
promise that I don't lose my All West.
It's important.
Which I've had for
Yeah,
years
sure.
and years and years. And I prefer with Comcast, and I don't know Comcast, but anyway, so that was the one thing, and, so that's about it. I would like to say that, I'd like to welcome them. I think the decision's up to you, and, so those are just my thoughts.
Well, that's great that you both are neighbors.
So we worked out some issues, you know, so, all right, yeah.
I know we've got another applicant here, so, are there any other hands up?
Sorry, quickly. I'll be Brian Cooper, looking for line 1. I just wanted to echo, I'm in favor of the project. I wanted to echo collaboration, cooperation between the near-term commercial area. So not just Ross Creek, but remember that GCD is gonna build a 5-star hotel right next door here, right? In Settlement at some point, and they're gonna have a 5-star restaurant. So that's in close proximity to yours. So I don't think the council can probably mandate that, but it would behoove the developers to work together. Also Nate is here. He's planning some small commercial in Elkhorn, which is coming up next. So it would be nice if we had sort of a committee that would just coordinate all that together and make sure we're complimentary.
Are you volunteering?
I'm volunteering, yeah, absolutely.
We're keeping our committees under wraps with 5 major committees. The EDC should have control.
That would be a good one to do that.
I mean,
yeah.
because, it's all about economic viability across the
Agreed.
dimension.
I don't think I have to form a new one.
So, you heard that, JD, I think.
Maybe an action item.
Alicia, anyone else that we have to?
Just.
Oh, I'm
one-
sorry.
That's okay, just one comment. Can you go to the blue real quick?
Blue what?
The page that they had with their.
The money shot.
Money shot.
What page, 127?
You'll like it.
All right.
This one?
Yep, that one. So not everybody in Hideout can see this, but on this hill here, you can see an S, a K, and an I. You see it?
Yeah.
Ski.
That's in our marketing campaign.
No, my husband just was looking out the window one day and he's
My
like,
understanding
hey,
is the applicant has pulled the ripcord, which is a specific thing in Utah. What are our options? We still have a lot of things that need to be nailed down. You know, there are engineering issues, there's MDA issues. What are our options here? Can we, by agreement, perhaps kick this over? Because we are up against a time limit, as I understand it.
Yeah, and I tried to put that, I added that to the bottom of the staff report, so if you look at the last, so your choices. Just looking forward to when we're done with everything, but you could. A just approve it. You could approve it with conditions, you can deny it, or you can continue the matter to a date no later than October 16th, unless the developer stipulates to a later date.
So we've got a number of issues, obviously, we need to hammer out in the MDA. What is the applicant's position? You know, because we have a hard deadline here. You want us to go to vote, or would you give us a little more time and maybe work out all these issues and work out the contingencies in the MDA? What's your lead?
I'm sorry, one other thing I didn't put in here that I should, is that our code says that if an application is denied, you cannot come back for a year and reapply. So I should have put that in.
What is the applicant's position on what do you want to do?
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna give you the applicant's position, but in terms of timing, I think the MDA, I could probably boil that down to 3 points. We've worked really hard to find middle ground. I think I could boil it down to 3 or 4 quick points when we get to that agenda item, to the extent it's helpful. I know your docket's very full tonight. You got a lot to do, and you've given us a lot of time, and we're grateful. I'll defer to Jerry on what he wants to do as far as meetings.
Well, I'll say, I mean, obviously, we've been doing this for almost 2.5 years. And, we want to get after it, and get things done, and really do all the things we just promised. If you need 2 more weeks, I get it, but, you know, if you guys would vote on the context that it would be on, you know, based on things that traditionally had to be met, I think we've all discussed them. I'd be fine with that too, meaning let's see where we are. And make a vote whenever we want.
I would advocate for a vote tonight with conditions.
So we're gonna have to pull all the conditions together. So what if we said something like, subject to all of the conditions discussed this evening? Is that something that you're comfortable with?
Yeah, I think, because everyone we talked about, there was a solution,
I think so.
right?
Okay.
Okay,
I would just say, I mean, I don't like having things baked during the meeting, because it creates, but it's up, they pulled the ripcord, so we want to honor that. But I don't like having it, the proof is in the pudding, right? It's like, you got, the devil's in the details, so from a legal standpoint, I think that the town is protected more if we can have a final document and all the final everything as done as possible. Ultimately, it will be your decision and also their decision. If they're pushing for a vote, there are a lot of things that we're still waiting for, or that still need to be negotiated.
Would the applicant consider an extra 2 weeks to the current deadline so we can get all these details hammered out?
Yes.
I mean, your next meeting is November 13th. Just to put it-
So 2 weeks to get everything in before the next meeting, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in other words, 2 weeks to hammer out the details, and then, is that something the applicant would accept? You pulled the ripcord
No.
and the timer is ticking,
Yeah, no.
but if you give some more time, I personally think that would be a way to go. That's just me talking personally.
I would agree with that.
Okay, all right. So can we continue this to the next meeting by agreement? Is that something we could say this evening?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to
Go
add
ahead.
something.
Well, let my lawyer.
Oh, wait.
Councilmember Gunn
We're always
knows
surprised.
this game, yeah, so, the one thing that might be helpful for, like I said, we've really benefited from Thomas and Polly's hard work on this. It might be helpful to have just a little bit of guidance in terms of what we're gonna be negotiating and locking down over the next 2 weeks, but I get that it's a full agenda, so I'm just floating. So,
Yeah, that makes sense. Chris, you might to say something?
Carol was next, and then I'll be after Carol.
I just have questions. So did I hear that if we do deny it, they can't come back for a year?
Yes, our code section, I think it's in 11, title 11, I was looking it up earlier. We have, if someone submits a land use application that's denied, unless there's a material factual mistake or it cannot come back, they have to wait a year to come back. And that the idea is that you don't go through all the, someone doesn't just keep reapplying. So it gives it a year. So, that's correct.
All right, so, in order to provide thoughtful, careful, and review of this project with all of the documentation complete, where we have everything, we need more time than getting the material after dinner last night. So I can't, in good faith, vote to approve this, no matter how many conditions you add, because I don't have the complete picture with enough time for that kind of review, and that is what our, the people who elected us expected from us.
So can we, by agreement, I look to the applicant, can we by agreement, waive the current deadline and continue this to our next regularly scheduled town council meeting with the idea that in the interim, we're gonna do a lot of work to try to nail down all these issues? Is that something we could do by agreement of the parties?
We accept that.
And the materials need to be provided, what did we say, 3 days? Minimally 3 days before, in hand, complete packet, no changes for the council to review.
Yeah,
And I'll-
sure that the conditions that have been proposed have been met, right?
I mean, from an information exchange standpoint, what else do we owe them?
We're gonna work over the next 2 weeks and we're gonna try to get a final MDA. If there's anything that we don't agree on in terms of language, we could get that done in 2 weeks. I would propose to Thomas and then provide it within that next week.
I think that works. So if we get everything resolved in the next 2 weeks, that gives staff a week to review, prepare staff reports, get it to you a week-ish prior. And that gives you
Then it
time
was
to
Friday.
fully review a completed document.
Polly?
Yeah, that's great, and it's, the one thing that I think staff would like direction on, and I'm sure the applicant would as well, is some of the condition, recommendations from the planning commission, because some of their recommendations would change the engineering, that type of thing. I think the wordsmithing is something we can prepare and then have, if they disagree with what we say, they can give the alternate, and then we'll have that to you earlier if we can't come to an agreement, but but those planning commission items are things that I think if you agree with them, their recommendations, then that's gonna require some re-engineering. Is that right, Thomas?
It would,
And
I think,
Dennis?
primarily for the villa lots. I think that would be the
And if I
most
may,
material, yeah.
I think that our position on this is that this is 99% close to being engineered. We've agreed to an additional 20-foot step back along that range. We've tried to compromise in so many aspects. And tried to work with the town on making this feasible. But on our numbers, redesigning the engineering to have 2 access points instead of the 5 access points makes this project not financially feasible. And so we'd be in a really hard position if we had an MDA that required only 2 access points to even agree to execute that. And so we'd like, eventually, when we get to the voting stage, and with all due respect to the planning commission, and that's one of the reasons that we tried to illustrate the parking and safety issue, because that was one of their concerns. We want to be responsive to their input. But at the end of the day, I don't think we're in a position to redo engineering at this stage after we've been working on it this long. It just pushes everything too far back. It implicates the right of way from the state road. And so we're just coming to you and respectfully asking for you to not impose that condition. The other 2 things that are outstanding that could use some guidance, we understand.
Excuse me,
Oh.
can I, the first one before you go off into the second one? The reality is that putting in that, limiting it to 2 exit or ingress and egress points and requiring an additional road to serve the villas on the plan that was submitted back in February. That additional cost, when he I wanted to just give context to your statement of infeasibility. That additional cost of roughly 300 lineal feet to accomplish that, push that over there, is several $1,000,000. It's $3.5 million to be exact. And that is why it's infeasible. And when we talk about, we want the entire project to be successful, including the commercial, an additional $3.5 million cost to us, that's why it's not feasible.
With respect
Plain
to
and simple.
Oh, with respect to the other two issues that we could probably use some guidance in negotiating, Polly and I, Thomas, there is there is this easement issue. We're working hard to resolve that. What we would propose is the MDA say, as a condition precedent to issuance of a building permit. That gives us a little bit of time to negotiate. There's also a recommended condition with respect to claim. And a retaining wall issue. We think that's a private issue between neighbors. There's a portion of their retaining wall that enters our property, and we don't think it necessarily needs to be a condition of approval. As to all the other conditions in the engineering report, a lot of those we've tried to already address and build flexibility in. Some of them, I think when we have a discussion, they may be unnecessary because they're addressed elsewhere in the MDA. And I'm confident we can work through those issues. The last issue that might be helpful in terms of guidance is the language about completion and issuances of the certificates of occupancy. But if you give us some guidance on how to define completion and how to frame that, it might aid our discussions and make it as efficient as possible.
So it sounds like you're open to extending it to a date certain here on the end and making sure that we have all the pieces of information that Thomas and Polly primarily need to review. And of course, we want much better upfront time because I think we've all expressed, you can't digest this amount of information, nor can our staff. And we're gonna make this a hard requirement for anyone coming in, not just you guys. So, but if you're good with that, then one, we have to still close public input, I believe. So, unless anyone objects, let's close public input and then just discuss this finality of a date certain to the next meeting with the provision that you guys are gonna work with. Thomas, if there's anything that Dennis needs at the engineering level, and Polly on the wording of, the few pieces of information, particularly what completion means in this sense. And we nail that down, and then you give us, I would think, if, and I agree with both my colleagues here, Friday before the next week, because it's just too hard to digest all this information. We gotta know what the red lines are, and that's only fair to everybody to give a decent vote on this. Does that make sense to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we don't have any vacations planned.
We're ready.
Is it motion time?
Yeah, so do we need a motion on this?
Yeah, so you do need a motion, and I would just make clear, just because you had been talking about addressing the MDA and the rezone, so just making clear to the public, if there was someone who was holding off to speak, you don't have to reopen another, but I guess if there was anyone who wanted to speak about the MDA that didn't because they thought we were talking about the rezone, let's just make sure that we check that box.
Okay, so let's open this up to public input for just the MDA, the Master Development Agreement, the legal document. And are there any comments on that piece of document from either anyone online or anyone here?
Just wanted to make sure.
No, yeah, so I got it. Makes sense, probably.
So then the next step would be,
Let's close that public input. We've got no input, so we are gonna move this to the next date certain meeting, which is the November town council meeting, I believe, right?
that November 13th, I think I said.
And it will include the zoning, the rezoning and the MDA.
Right. And you need a motion and a
Do I have a
second.
motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion that based upon agreement of the developer, that we continue this to the next regularly scheduled
town council meeting to afford time for the parties to work out all the details that we've discussed this evening. And so, by agreement of parties, I move that we continue it to the next regularly scheduled town council meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, let's get the folks online. Bob,
Yes.
JD,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Jonathan,
Yes.
Harry.
And for the record, the next meeting is November 13th.
Okay, so sounds like we both have work to do, but not insurmountable.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
Thank you for your flexibility.
So, we are on to, can we take a 5-minute break? Yes.
As long as it's a now.
Yeah, anyone online, we are taking a 5-minute
Yeah.
break and we will be back at, about, 9:25. So. JD and Bob, hopefully you're on, we're back in session. And the next item up, if they haven't fallen asleep, is, yeah.
Hi, Ronald, how you doing? Good.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here too, Ralph.
I think Nate, you're up for the zoning, Elkhorn Springs and the MDA.
You want Thomas to go first and then I'll?
However you wanna work
Yeah.
it, but I
So
would
you have,
say-
that's what we've done always, and so why don't you go first and I can.
Thomas, if you wanna introduce the topic again, and hopefully Dennis is on as well. Yeah, let's do that.
We're gonna do you and engineering.
Do you mind asking those side conversations?
Okay, let's come to order, so we're all on the same page here. Okay,
All right. Thank you. So you guys are familiar with this project. You initially heard this on August 14th, and then you had a subsequent meeting on September 11th, requesting some additional detailed information from the applicant. I've got the general plan reminder in here, just so that you keep that in mind, as this is a complete rezone of the existing mountain zone district to a series of residential zones, as well as, some neighborhoods, mixed use commercial.
are we on,
Yeah.
what page are we
I'm
on?
140.
Back up. Yeah, so right there, we kind of walked through the general plan issues. If you keep going down, Mayor. You guys are pretty familiar with them with regard to, the land use components, the view sheds, et cetera. If you go down one page below that, those are kind of outlined there. I'm happy to answer any questions or discussions, but I think we've kind of walked through that in August and September. If you go to the next page, we've got some general issues that we would like town council input and or direction. There was some discussion, so I think most of you all had an opportunity to visit the site over the course of the past week or week and a half. I think those were publicly noticed meetings, site visits, and so I think most of the planning commission and town council had that opportunity. Issue A is the parking lot that's currently promoted or proposed for the pickleball building is an off-street parking lot, which is in conformance with our engineering town standards, our town code. There was some discussion, we were up there, would angled parking maybe serve the purpose better? Would it be a little bit more, it would provide certainly more parking, it might be easier to implement. That parking lot does go, the parking lot as proposed does go into the slope, there'll be some retaining walls, a little bit of some excavation, et cetera. There was a discussion point with Nate up there, he would be amenable to either or. I discussed briefly with Dennis Pay, the town engineer, that would be an exception to our town standards if you wanted to do that, because there are issues with backing out a 45-degree angle. But if there was a preference for that, we would have to note that exception in the MDA, subject to town engineer review. If that were something we wanted, I think Nate committed, he was fine either way. Am I saying that correctly? Am I speaking correctly? Okay. Let's see, at the September 11th meeting, on item B now, there was a recommendation to remove the stairs that kind of connected the neighborhood, by way of the stairs between the roads. The recommendation is after the site visit that we can make that work, coordinated with Dennis Page, town engineer. I think we can make that work. The applicant is okay putting the stairs back in, so our recommendation would be to put them back in, maintain that pedestrian connectivity and trail connectivity. Nightly short-term rentals. I wasn't here on September 11th, I was traveling, but I think that you guys ended up saying no to nightly rentals. They ended up staying in the MDA. We had some discussions back and forth. We took them out. We would just ask that you provide specific direction so that we get that right, because I think right now, staff, Polly, those are out of the MDA, am I right?
Yeah, they were out based on the council direction the last week.
We just want to make sure item D is town council is comfortable with the reduced side yard setbacks of 10 feet, because with our Firewise 5 foot, no landscaping, that eliminates 5 foot of the 10 feet, so for most of the units in this development, you'll just have a 10 foot swath that could be landscaped in order to ensure that we maintain the WUI standards. There, based on the site visit, line item E, a couple of lots were moved back from the pond to better protect it. That pond that's kind of the heart of the small park at the upper elevation. Pretty de minimis recommendation by staff, but also in conjunction with Nate and his team. I think those changes are all made in the documentation you see tonight.
Could I just ask a
Changes.
question?
Sure.
On the actual plan, it showed 3 lots.
Now there's two. Now there's two.
Oh, so you're just gonna take one house out?
I think one house got removed and another house got removed from somewhere else, right? Wasn't there two?
Yeah, I'll address it when I get up here.
Okay, yeah.
Would you want me to now? Can I speak while he speaks?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
It's,
and what we
resolve
did-
that.
what we did is we took the one that's closest to the house, like everyone wanted that moved, and I could show you when we get to, right here. Just really quick. So when we walked, the first group, we didn't ever walk down and see this, and this turned out.
You might wanna,
Ask you to, can we like also have it?
Yeah, it's not-
Because
you
we
guys-
can't.
well, I'm
record
thinking you
this.
just face that, yeah.
But then they can't see it.
Do you have that electronically at all?
Yeah, you guys have it is it in your packets?
I don't know.
Was it-
What did you send it?
I like Eric, so have Eric hold it. It's.
I'm great holding things.
Which document is this so that we could put it?
This
so
is
it's-
this is the variance
Mayor,
document.
if you did want to
Oh,
find it.
that's that variance
The
thing that
variance
had the
document.
wrong
Yeah.
number of units on it?
Yes, I,
Staff report.
you'll see I changed that, Polly.
Okay.
So that's the one. That's the
Do you
one.
have, do you have
We
that?
need a page number.
Thomas?
Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds. I think
Sorry, I'm gonna try
I don't
to.
think it's at the end of your report, not a diagram anyway.
I think it's at the very end of everything. It's after,
When that moved from here and over there.
yeah, I think it.
This one?
It's not an exhibit, so it'd be after the exhibit.
It's after the exhibits and it's after the challenge and stuff.
Page
It's only a
40.
280 page document. It's only a 280 page document. You have to scroll through. Maybe we should make separate attachments for each
Yeah.
item, right?
Yeah.
A lot of-
that's where I'm at. Yes, page 240. Thanks, Chris.
240. Oh, we're making progress.
Chris is back.
Only 40 more pages to go.
In this document, it's a little bit wrong, and I'll just tell you. My engineer made a mistake.
There you go.
He says townhome 66, they're 65. This is not in the packet, okay? So, but if you see right here. Under this concept, it says townhomes 66, stack flats 24, single family lots 145. I've made the changes on my map, his numbers are wrong. We're at 230 lots like we've talked about this entire time. He just made a mistake. So if you go to the pond. You see the pond, you see the big house, the pond is in that area there. We had another house next to the pond. I don't know if you have a marker or whatever, but we took that, not a marker, but a pointer. We took that out.
Mayor, you point just an inch up to those two units. There was a house between the big house and those two, yeah.
There was another house right here. When we walked down to the pond, we didn't do this in the first, with the first group, we should have, because it's amazing down there. The house was too close to the pond. And so we just moved this lot over to here. So we just extended that road out a teeny bit. 70 feet.
So it's just the one
Yeah,
unit
so
that moved.
we moved the one lot, we took out the one lot and moved it over. And then, when Thomas called me and said, hey, I would like, I think I can get support from the council, we'll see. I'd like those 2 lots that are around the pond to not have 20-foot rear yard setbacks, because he wants more room around the pond as open space.
So they're getting, it's a fair amount of private land right up to the pond. I think we need to preserve that right there in vegetation and push that back.
this area, and I've only walked on there once since I've had this under contract in a year, this is a really cool area of our development. And you have almost 4.5 acres of nice gently sloping open space. I feel bad I didn't take you guys down there, whoever came on the first visit, but the second visit, it was great, so. It's where that pond is, so, and that's, just want to show you that.
Okay, any questions on that? No,
Sorry, I interrupted.
no, I'm glad you actually pointed that out because I wanted you guys to see that on the map. That just came in, so we didn't have that, so.
So Thomas, you were asking for input. Would this be appropriate time to kind of poll us informally about input, or how would you like to handle it?
Yes, could I give you just one more discussion point that I think is probably one of the bigger
We're
discussions?
going back to the previous page, we're
Could go
now
back to that
40.
page. Yeah. As you're pulling it up, I'll just go through it somewhat quickly. Early on, there was a discussion with regard to monies and or services for the spine trail, the trail along SR 248. Initially, there was some, when it was going through the planning commission, there was some back and forth with regard to whether the applicant would do the work with his engineer or whether there would be surveying, design and engineering work paid for by them. We received a quote from Howe Engineering, and it was for about $950,000 to do the survey work, the design and engineering work for the full 11 miles for the spine trail system, which goes from Park City Heights to Camas. The idea, the early thinking with the planning commission was this would provide monies for the soft costs, which are harder monies to get to do the work, so that we could use that money for potentially leveraging actual construction dollars. As we have gone back and forth in this process, there have been some different interpretations with regard to what the money would be used for, whether it's just a survey or design and engineering work. We had always, as we worked through the planning commission, felt that that was for the full set of drawings. It was survey, design and engineering. I know you all have had some discussions with Nate at the last meeting, and maybe those numbers have changed. We just wanted to make sure that we conveyed what the planning commission had thought was important, and that was to get that money to execute the priority that is listed in the general plan under the Parks and Open Space and Trail element, which is priority number 1 is to pursue the spine trail, because that neighborhood connectivity, as we heard last week at the general plan meeting, is important to people. The recommendation in the Parks, Open Space and Trails plan, just for everybody's clarification, is for a separated 10-foot asphalt path between, again, Park City Heights and Camas, separated from the existing pavement on 248, but within the UDOT right of way. So this would not be an issue that would require easements along private property or acquisition thereof. In 2023, Governor Cox and the state implemented the Trails Division as part of UDOT. Last year, the idea was that UDOT would start promoting trail systems within the UDOT right of way. Last year, they designated $95 million for 60 miles of trails. They tend to pick large projects. So they're estimating, what is that, about 1.3 million a mile, which is probably about right by the time you do retaining walls, support structures, et cetera. So they tend to pick big projects and dedicate 3, 4, 5, 6, 15 million to a project. I think they picked about 13 projects for 2025. They dedicated the 95 million to that. Our recommendation for that money has always been that that could start to leverage. They only give money to construction ready projects. And so that was where that came from. I know it's a big lift. It's a lot of money. There's a big difference between $58,000 and $950,000. So I'm sure that'll be a discussion tonight. I just wanted to make sure you guys had the background, how we got there. That was my last point. Okay, I think we have some conditions in the report. I'm not going to go through those now. I know that Dennis has his report if you want to walk through that. He also has conditions. Should this move forward to a vote, we would just request those conditions be incorporated into the vote.
Well, good. Thank you, Thomas. Any thoughts on Thomas?
Thomas, you asked for input and ideas, so I'll share mine. Speaking for myself, with the angle parking, I'm fine with that. Putting the stairs back in, I'm good with that. Deleting the nightly rentals, I'm good with that.
Moving the pond, I'm good with that. With respect to the.
Moving the houses around.
I'm sorry, moving the pond, just like.
Come on, we knew what you meant.
Well, I can't read my own writing sometimes, so that's on me. With respect to this stipend, we don't have, at least not that I'm aware of, any informal positive indication from UDOT, from Camas, from Wasatch or Summit counties or Park City. We don't have any indication that they're willing to chump in the additional money that we need. So with respect to section 1.11.4.1, it talks about the cash payments. Section D refers to this cash payment for the purposes of the trail. Absent positive indications from all the people we need to get positive indications from, I would like to add the words at the end of that section D, or any other use the town council may lawfully choose, because if we can't get these other communities to pipe up, we're not gonna be able, we don't have the money for this. And so I would like to see that language in there. Having said all that, I don't think that we need to tie these two projects together necessarily. In other words, you know, I don't see the approval of UDOT holding up this project at all, and vice versa. I don't see, you know, the other way around. So those are my thoughts. You know, I'm sure the other council members have their thoughts, so.
But when I was speaking of UDOT, just to be clear, so I'm not mistaken, the UDOT discussion was only relative to the spine trail, just to be clear, right? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes, those are you asked for input, that's my input.
So I'm gonna make a comment that I did go back and I reread the planning commission notes. And there were many planning commissioners that felt that that money should be used towards a community center. And you know my feeling about a community center, and Nate had talked about having a community center in Elkhorn Springs. It's not really the right location. So I'm gonna still make a pitch that I would like some of that money to go towards a community center.
So Carol, if I may, do you agree that we ought to add the language or any other lawful use the council may choose?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So then you have the choice to.
Including the community center.
Right.
Yeah, I want to go back to I'd like to go back to the general plan and the post plan, which is part of the general plan, right? We're expecting to follow the general plan. Right?
That's
So in that general plan, we very specifically call out the spine trail. It is there, it is something we are trying to get. And that money that we're asking the developer to kick in needs to be earmarked for that specific application as recommended. I think it was recommended by the planning commission. You have to correct me.
I was gonna, I,
Go ahead, yeah.
I thought the planning commission had put a stipulation that certain monies be used for the spine trail, for a community center, for, didn't we have a list of conditions?
There was the monetary amount, and I think it was somewhat open toward community amenity benefits, yeah.
I thought we were specific.
Yeah, I thought
Was
you too. I'm trying to
Okay,
go down.
that's a recommendation, but I just wanna point out to everyone, this has been in the post plan, which has been adopted by this council as part of our general plan, as something that the community wants. It is a regional asset that it will put Hideout in a position of, the leading position in the region, being able to connect Park City to Camas. Now, we could argue that we really, as much as we'd like to engineer the whole, how many miles, 11? We should be focused on the hideout portion.
The hideout portion is about 6-ish.
We should be focused on the hideout portion of that, and then, you know, I don't disagree that we wouldn't want the other entities to kick in money for the studies, which would include the engineering, so that we could get to the point where we could start applying for this great amount of money that's available in order to build this transportation trail network. We need to get ourselves to the point where we can apply for that money. And that does require us to get through, not just the survey, as you mentioned, but to go through and have the engineering done.
So just a point of information, I looked at the distance between Richardson Flat and Golden Eagle Road, which are the two ends of it's 3.6 to 3.7 miles. So it's not 6, Thomas. It's 10.6 from Richardson Flat to Canvas at the lake. So that's the total distance. We're about 37% of that, so to speak. So what I guess.
Okay.
What
Maybe
I
I
was
was
looking at.
maybe I
is-
was thinking it was 4 versus 6 almost.
No, it's
Okay.
3.7. So
Okay.
if you go to, you know, Google Maps, you can just do the math. It's real simple. But are we looking at the 3.7? Or are we looking at the 10.6? What is this 58,000? I'm confused myself. Like, is this gonna cover survey design and engineering for the 10.6? Or is the 3.7? Because 10.6, it's probably gonna be more than that, right?
Well, no, so I got a price to do the topo and just the basic design, not construction drawings, and that's the $58,000. The topo was, I think, you have both my bids in your packet. I think the topo was about 28,000 and the design was about 30,000. And that didn't include bridges, rock walls, the construction drawings. That just was the basic engineering and the topo. And that's what I've committed to do, and that was $58,000. And I hate being in the middle of, you know, what should be good, what should be, I just wanna give the 58,000 and you guys can decide what it should be used for. I think the trail is an amazing idea. I think to get it permitted will take several years. But we're here for 100 more years, you know, and you guys just signed an 80-year lease. So
Speak for yourself.
yeah, I know, I mean, but I think it's something that's gonna be here forever. I mean, I built the Richardson Flats Trail going around Wasatch Springs to basically to the Deer Waters or Deer Springs Trail that's not quite done yet, cause but it's cut out. We haven't asphalted the last portion of it. I don't think that's a mile, I don't think that's $1 million either. As a developer building it, it's gonna be cheaper than having it bid out to someone, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but it was a lot of money. You know, like I say, I don't wanna get caught in the middle. I think the trail's a great thing. I just wanna get approved.
Yeah,
And
I know.
I just wanna pay the money and you guys use it, cause you're getting about $4.5 million from me for whatever you wanna use it for. And if you guys wanna use it for the spine trail, more power to you. If you wanna use it for the community center, great. I just wanna build my Elkhorn Springs and pay you guys my fees. And that's all I want.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know, so, okay. Any other questions for me?
No, I think it was, you know, this discussion might be more between us and you to some extent.
So let's just say that I give the money and you guys can decide how that
Yeah.
is.
And that, I think to Jonathan's point, you know, if we get money, we can, if we don't use it for this, we wanna be able to use it for something.
See, I think the 58,000 is not gonna go very far in the long
I
run.
don't think so either.
But the 4.5 million will, that you're gonna be getting. You guys, as a community and as a town, probably need open houses and decide what should this money be used for? Get bids on to build a community center, get bids on other things, so you know how much money you actually have. So this is early in the game. We're just trying to figure out how to get you guys the money you need to.
You sure you don't wanna give us the 950?
Yeah. Yeah, cause I took this off if you guys remember, I took this off the meeting and you guys were like, hey, we wanted this.
Yeah.
And so I was planning on doing nothing. This is coming out of my own pocket. My partners have said they're not paying for this, so this is just out of my pocket, this and the sign. And so I'm trying to keep it as low as I can. But I got legitimate bids from my engineers who have done my work for over 30 years, and this is the price they gave. Like I said, it doesn't include building walls and developing the walls and the bridges and and permitting. The permitting could be $50,000. I have no idea, but it's gonna be a full-time person for a couple years to get this permitted. And it's a hell of a lot of work. And I don't know if you guys are expecting me to do that or whatever, but I don't have the time or effort. I wanna retire.
Can I just mention something to John's, request? I did specifically add these words to the paragraph, and such other lawful purpose. It said, or such other lawful purpose the town council may decide.
That works for me.
So I put your language in there.
My big concern here is if we find out that Utah says no, this money needs to be able to move to another project. If Camas, Wasatch, Summit, or Park City won't contribute their fair share, we need to move this money to another project, because we can't undertake this, even if we just do the hideout portion. Although I love the project, we have to be realistic about this, because if one of these partners says no, that's it. We can't afford to
But
step
even
up.
if you get it, even if you get it in the hideout area, it's cool. You know, you had this gentleman, he said he moved here because of the trails. That's what this community is, a trail community. I mean, be honest, it's a trail community, and it's awesome that way. So I don't wanna say, hey, don't use the money, but 58,000 is not gonna get you very far, but the 4.5 million would definitely get it, but to me, I think there's better money spent with,
Yeah.
with the whole
And
community.
don't forget, I mean, I've talked to the CEO of Civco Engineering, which is, they're building the 1.75 mile trail in Midway for $1.75 million. So do the math, it's $1 million, and so he's telling me, and he's willing to come in here and talk to us, that he can give us, that Midway, they spent a little bit longer time. They're getting 97 cents publicly funded. So they're only putting up 3 cents on the dollar for that 1.7 miles. That's an incredible.
Well, so this
leverage
is,
point.
if
And
it's
they
gonna
did
be,
it, took them an extra year, but I'm thinking, you know, $58,000 at 3%. We're talking about, you know, we could probably do
and
half.
out of that 4.5 million, take another 200 out of that,
That's 33 times.
then the trail's built. If you can have.
You follow what I'm saying? It's like
Absolutely, yeah.
if we leverage our dollar 33 times, I mean, you know, we could probably do the trail all the way to Camas. But we've gotta put the right funding approach in there. And he said that's what Midway did. They just waited an extra year. They got 33 times the money that they put.
Is there a way to, the council be happy to just I'm just gonna give the money for you guys.
I know.
I would like to see the trail built. But it's not gonna, I'm not gonna build it. I'm not gonna go with permitting. I don't have the time, but I'm just saying if to earmark it for that for the next 2 or 3 years until you have all the other bids and stuff for the clubhouse and all those things that you guys wanna do with the money that I'm giving. If you earmark some of it for this trail, and if the trail doesn't get built in 2 or 3 years, then you take it back and you move it. It's nice to have it earmarked because then you can start doing things, but that's just one workaround. I don't know.
Glennis is
I was
trying
just
to
at the-
say something.
No, the planning, I remembered the third thing, the planning commission, requested that the extra money that he was giving was for the spine trail survey and all, the community center and moving public works to the site by the,
We sent out
by the fire.
Oh, sorry to, just so that you know, this was also very last minute, but Alicia sent out at around 10 o'clock this morning, the minutes from the July 17th planning commission meeting with the motion. So the motion was for, it was a positive recommendation with the following conditions. 1, the survey and design for the spine trail and the town entrance sign would be included as contributions from the applicant. 2, the funds derived from the community impact mitigation fees be utilized for a community center, relocation of the public works building, and or creation of commercial development elsewhere in the town. 3, nightly rentals be limited to neighborhood mixed use and residential 20 zones of development. 4, the developer will have 5 years to develop the commercial area, otherwise that property will revert ownership to the town, and the developer will have a conditional use permit for the approved types of neighborhood mixed use retail businesses to be detailed in the MDA. 5, the payment of the schedule in the MDA will be corrected to list 1.5 million for each of the 2 payments. 6, the town council considered the potential risks of private roads. And 7, other redlined items from the draft MDA will be finalized with the applicant. It was a, it carried, it looks like everyone won, I think it says there were no votes.
That's right.
And just so you know,
And,
we've addressed.
and Donna abstained from voting. Commissioner Turner.
I don't think she was there. I think she was
And
at-
so we've addressed every one of those issues in the MDA, and we've talked to you guys about them, and we've corrected them with Polly and Thomas. So the MDA states all that right now. So.
And,
Yeah,
and,
I
yeah,
think
we
part of
haven't
the
gotten to the
problem-
MDA, but I am concerned about the wording around that, so, when we get to that, we can discuss that in relationship to what the planning commission says, but also what the town council would ultimately want in terms of, sourcing use and funds here.
Right, and I think there's a little bit, I mean, I know Thomas wasn't here at the last meeting, and that's where we started talking about this, and so. As you noted, there's a big discrepancy between 950 and 58. Obviously, I know that the 950 was the estimate that we got. But ultimately, it's you, the council, this is a legislative decision, so it's for you to determine what, what you wanna do.
Nate, do you have any, I think the council may want some discussion on
Yes,
this.
I think the other council members will give their input on Thomas's points, so not just me.
We also have JD and Bob online, so don't forget to jump in here if you want.
Well, I'll give my input on the planning commission recommendation. I mean, it sounds very comprehensive. You said that it was built into the MDA, which I haven't read, so I didn't get the packet till after dinner last night. So, if it's in here, I assume it's in here. The MDA.
Yes.
But I do appreciate the thoroughness of the planning commission. I think they did an absolutely, excellent job working through that. Agree.
Anyone else on JD or Bob?
Nothing to add.
Okay.
Then Mayor, I could just remind you that, the town engineer has a report.
Amy's, yeah.
Right.
So Dennis, if you're still on, do you want to weigh in on the engineering aspects? And share whatever you have?
Yeah, I just had some thank you, Mayor. There were some items that were noted in our review that I just wanted to address. One, there's, let's see, the 12% grade on the secondary access road should be approved by the Wasatch Fire District. And the grade for the maintenance access road should be 15% maximum. I think they had it at 18. We need a typical section for the layout of the trail, PUE, and utility locations. We've discussed that. I think we're on the same page. You just want to see that on the plans. A 4-foot walkway doesn't meet our town standard. The sidewalks are typically 5 feet. I don't know if there's any previous discussion, how that got to 4 feet, but that is our standard. That could be a variance, I suppose, that the council grants. We addressed the stairs are not shown. And we'll work through that. I think they had some pretty detailed information, the calculation of water required. I think that, that was too much detail for this stage. They need to say that they're providing, whatever quantity of water is required per residential unit and per acre foot, and how much water required for acres to be incorporated in the irrigated acres, be incorporated in the agreement. I think we've hammered the trail. Don't need to say any more about that. They called, they on the draw, I see on the drawings, they call a lot of the roads private roads. Those are really private driveways. We'd like to see that term incorporated there. There's a letter from UDOT that isn't necessarily an agreement, but just a letter from an email saying that UDOT will consider that, or that they're okay with what's proposed, but there needs to be something formalized there. Let's see, in the title blocks, I would prefer that they're preliminary, not conceptual, that we just use that term. We need a finalized stamped slope map. Again, talked about the stairs, and then where we talked about the trail, that doesn't meet our current town adopted trail standards, and just should be considered as a conceptual item. This exhibit M that talks about their trail design. And those were the items I had. I don't have any further comment other than those, that I think those are conditions that should be incorporated.
Paul, you want to address those? By Dennis, or by Dennis?
Yeah, I think that we agree with all that stuff. The only comment that I really had was, do we want a 4-foot gravel path, or do we want a 5-foot? But everything that Dennis said, we really agree with. And the gravel trail is just a discussion item.
So just to make myself, so I understand, in the 16-acre open space, we have different kinds of trails in there, and to build a 5-foot, even compared to a 4-foot, it's really hard on the side of that hill. And so I think we have some 4-foot trails in there. Our other trails in the community are 5-foot. Now the sidewalk we've asked for a 4-foot sidewalk. But our trails along in that 16-acre park are, and I've given you guys the sheets, they're anywhere from 4, we have some 10-foot. So I don't know if that's what Dennis is talking about, or if he's talking about the sidewalk, the trail sidewalk.
I think I can clarify, I might be able to help. So I think that the trails in the 16 acres, some of those soft trails can be narrower than 4 feet. But yeah, that's fine. Those are fine. I think what Dennis was referring to is, in lieu of a sidewalk adjacent to the roads throughout the development, there was the proposal to do decomposed granite because it fits into the landscape, et cetera. We looked at 4 and a 5-foot width. 5 foot would meet the width. It still would be an exception because it's not concrete sidewalk. But I think at the last meeting, you all thought that kind of fit the character, fit the slopes, et cetera. I think Dennis and I briefly discussed today, if you wanted to get to a 5-foot wide decomposed granite walkway adjacent to the roads, we could do that, but we would have to reduce the public utility easement from 6 feet to 5 feet. And I think, Dennis, we think we can get the dry utilities in the 5-foot PUE. So if you wanted the 5-foot trail, I think we could still make it work without changing the plans. We're just.
I like.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Go with the 5 foot's better. I think 5 foot's better if you'll reduce the PUE by 1 foot.
Dennis?
I'm okay with that. That's yeah, I mean, and I appreciate Paul's comments. Glad you agree with me, and and we just discussed the 4-foot walkway, and made it 5, so I think we're all good.
Okay, perfect. That's better.
That was easy.
Yeah, we try to.
I like that.
We're trying to get out here at 10:05.
Dennis, anything else?
No, Mayor, I don't have anything else.
So.
Can I just ask a question? I'm just trying to understand the PUE and the trails. I don't want to belabor it. If we're talking about a crushed granite trail, right? You have to dig up part of it to get to the.
Yes.
We should clarify that public utility easement is on the inside of the trail, so the 5-foot PUE would not negatively impact the trail, so it would be 5 foot on the inside of any property, so that's what would be disturbed. There could be a gas line in the buffer area between the curb of the road.
Yes.
And the start of the trail, in that kind of planted 3 or 4 foot.
It's a 3-foot buffer.
3-foot buffer.
The gas line's gonna go in there because they don't have things that pop up like the power do. Then you have the curb and gutter, you have a 3 foot, park strip. You have a 5 foot sidewalk now, and then you have a 5 foot PUE and that behind the sidewalk, and in that 5 foot PUE is the, Comcast or whatever Xfinity type stuff, and, power,
Is it 5 foot or did you go to 4 foot?
5 foot.
Went from 6 to
5 foot. We went from 6 to 5, which, and I think we can do that. It's, I mean, like, I don't want to disturb the trail, but even if you had some of that was under that decomposed granite, that's not as hard to repair as concrete. But I mean, it still requires maintenance and you still want to have care with that.
So we'll dig down, 4 to 6 inches, whatever the code is on the, and we'll put the gravel or,
That was my whole point. It's not that hard to repair.
no, much easier
Than anything hard, any hard surface.
We just went through the process with Rocky Mountain Power, yeah.
Right, and they actually restored the trails better than they were before they disturbed them.
They were very good to work with.
Great, well, thank you.
We have a good relationship.
Yeah, where we have the decomposed granite, I think is a lot easier to, as far as utilities go, it's a lot easier than a concrete sidewalk. And I'm comfortable with.
We have a standard for that now.
We do have a standard for that. That got incorporated into the engineering specifications.
And we'll meet that standard.
Okay, so we're at a point where we probably can open up this for public input. Unless there's any other further comment.
I have a comment, and that's about how we get off of 248 into the development without a turn lane. And I know you've been working with UDOT.
Yeah.
But I still think that's something that we need to consider.
Well, you guys have a lot
The
more
traffic.
pull with UDOT, especially the mayor.
I talked to UDOT this week about the issue.
Any,
So maybe I should share that since you brought that up. So, and Jan was with me for part of the time. We talked to Jeff Dupay, who's the regional director, and their two engineers, Tyler and Giovanna. And obviously the same conversation, doesn't look very good if you're, it's much better if you can make the left-hand turn. Both of the engineers said that they didn't feel the sight line was adequate, that the speeds were too great at the point where you would be making a left turn off of 248. I actually asked them for a brief report, so a page to summarize this. They didn't get it today. They said, well, we're meeting tonight, but I'm gonna summarize what we discussed. And that was, I said, well, it's, most people are gonna wanna make the left. That's what everybody does here. However, they said, given the way the angles of the speed of the two hills, the one coming from Camas and the one coming from Park City, those directions, that the speeds would be too high, the line of sight not enough, and it would even further deteriorate at night. So they said the best solution that they came up with was to go to the new 2-hay light at Golden Eagle Road and then circle back. I offered a counter solution to this, and that is, does anybody want to know what jug handles are?
Oh, yeah.
So.
New Jersey jug handles.
So what a much safer alternative would be to go past the light and do a circle around as a jug handle, so that you're not in the middle of a road at 140 miles an hour, where you're dealing with 70 and 70. You've taken the car off the road. So most of the states on the East Coast where there's higher density have gone to a jug handle environment. They remove roundabouts. Glennis obviously does not agree with it. And
How about decreasing the speed limit?
well, that could happen, but this is a design that would create a much safer. They agreed that this could work, but you would have to pay for it.
Yeah.
So, they would give the right of way past 2A, because they've got enough land there, and you would then go through the light, in a jug handle. You then come around, you go back through the light, you make the left-hand turn. But you wouldn't have a car dangling out there where two other cars are coming at 140 miles an hour. However, they said, they would give the land, but you would have to pay for that.
Well, I will look into it.
But can I just add, New Jersey is one of the most densely populated states in the country. They have jug handles for a reason, because there are a ton of people all the time, everywhere. That's not where we live. We live in a still rural area, so making a U-turn at a light isn't a big deal.
It's not, it's not ideal. We think it's gonna hurt sales a little bit. Not being able to turn left into our development.
Well, I just don't want to see someone die out there,
Yeah.
Nate. So it might be more expensive, but consider the alternatives here. I'm just saying, they agreed. They said, wow, this sounds like a good idea.
The best alternative is to add a turn lane. Then you're not in the middle, just add a turn lane, a left turn lane.
You mean while their whole point,
You have the 2 lanes, then you have
their
a
whole
turn
point
lane.
was that there's not enough sight line. The speeds are too great. At night, the conditions of visibility go down, and they didn't feel, and listen, you go talk to them.
We have 6 times.
So, they seem pretty smart. I mean, Giovanna looks like, she's
great.
PhD candidate from, some university in Eastern Europe, so to speak.
She talks right over my head.
But the point being is, I'm not gonna, for me at least, I'm not gonna say you're wrong and you're right on this. This is what these folks do all the time.
Yeah.
So, I would say, I don't know what other alternatives there are, Nate.
Well, we'll look into this jug handle. We'll go talk to them. And we'll just see.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, there's gonna be a light there, or we're gonna do a U-turn to get in, or we're gonna go up around Bob's and come down. I think a lot of people that live up top will go up Bob's and come down, rather than do a U-turn. You're gonna go to the pickleball courts and the stuff on the bottom part, you're gonna do a U-turn and come in. So,
Yeah, I mean, that's what they said, and I kind of agree, that would be safest to do the U-turn at the light. The value of the light, though, at this point, is you could do a jug handle for, because then you could cross over in a very safe fashion.
When
But
the light-
again, that costs money, I
the
get
light
that.
slows things down too, which is great. The light's a
right.
game changer on that side of town.
Yeah.
So,
And,
we'll work on that.
and, I know Utah, hasn't enacted these kinds of procedures, it's not as dense. However, we're talking about super high speeds, maybe in a combination, we lower the speed limit there. But they didn't offer that.
No, they haven't. I've tried since I've been up.
So,
They did talk about it with the wildlife,
They did, they talk about
They
adding
talked-
3 lights and lowering it to
lowering the
55
speed limit.
all the way along. Yep. That was in their plan. They've been briefing that
Lights in,
for years.
speed limit will get lowered.
Yeah.
Because cars will be going slower, then they'll do their study, they'll find out people are going slower, and then they'll lower the speed.
Let's hope.
Let's hope.
so I would look into at least the alternative. I'd say, from a selling point, it actually probably would be better.
To be honest, it's one of our concerns on this piece is that they told us we couldn't do it. It's a big concern.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the extra money is worth it in terms of your selling prices, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
Maybe they tell you now you can't do it, and then there might be some change.
When
Maybe
somebody
the-
gets killed.
Maybe there'll be some change, and in the future they'll let you, and then that will, by the time you get to the.
We can't count on that, though. That's a
No.
wonderful concept, but we can't.
You can't count on it. But right
Let's count
now,
on-
we can count on is what they've said. We turn at the U-turn at the light. That's
So
good.
that's what they're offering now.
Yes.
There might be a better solution.
Yeah.
Maybe, maybe it's a year after
Yeah.
you think about it, maybe hopefully somebody does not die there. And, but, Carol, what were you gonna say?
I said it.
Would they consider a left turn arrow there so that the oncoming traffic would be stopped?
No, they have said that they're going to do a U-turn arrow.
Okay, oh, great,
That's what
okay.
they said.
So that,
All right. Yeah, that makes it a lot safer, I think.
it still leaves the car in the middle of.
In the middle of the road.
Right.
That's the problem.
So that's
And
every
at night,
intersection.
the only light you have there is probably the light from the light. So, again, visibility, I mean, for a lot of us, drops off at night. And when you're going that high speed coming that direction.
I'll give you my word, we will talk to them about this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at least to me, it would be a selling point to have a much safer movement back to their homes, you know. So
And
anyway,
at night, people have their brights on and they don't dim
that's a
them.
good point,
you know,
too.
So,
That's a very good point.
Yeah, my word, we will go talk to them about different options. And we've met with them 6 different times. And this is what they've come up with.
Yeah, I know. I mean, because
I appreciate you and Jan spending the time to go meet with them, because it's not easy to get appointments with them.
Well, the three of them came out.
Oh, they came out here.
They came.
Oh, so never mind the thank you.
We.
Well, you have more pull.
I don't know, I mean, they came out for 3 reasons. We were looking at the entrance to Ross Creek, which is a very dangerous, similar kind of condition. And we walked all the areas and we tried to find some better solutions to our problems there. So we did, we definitely talked about this situation. How do we maximize safety for people, you know, because the speeds are way too high, you know?
And the one thing, the fire trucks are gonna slow things down in that area, which is nice when they go put their lights. That'll slow things down.
Once a day.
So, Mayor, can I, Mayor, this is Dennis. I'd just like to you've done some, you know, and your meeting with UDOT, I think, was very successful. I mean, it's if you're getting, you know, the region director's attention, you know, you've made some good progress. And, you know, as you know, you've kind of tasked me with following up with them. So, you know, and I intend to do that, and we'll see if we can work out a good solution. I just asked Nate, if you reach out to them, would you make me aware? Because I think it would be, if we could meet, if I could meet with them with you, I think that would be beneficial as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be great. But no, I think like I say, we're making progress over the last, you know, my experience with UDOT over the last 25 years and working with them on different highway projects, roadway projects is, you know, sometimes it takes a while. It's like they're a big ship, you know, and it takes time to turn that ship, you know. And so but it sounds like they're going in the right direction, and I think we need to continue to just push on them, and you know, I think we could come up with a good solution that'll be safe.
That was a big deal.
Well, you know, I told them, I said, I've already got 70 signatures on, you know, I'll take this to the governor if I have to pass them at this point, because votes matter, voices matter. And I think you got the drift there, you know.
Well, and the other thing about.
It was much more.
Well, I'm in 2 intersections.
Really
Ross Creek is my big intersection with Deer Springs and Deer Waters, and then this one. So, yeah, I'm concerned about both of those. Yeah. So,
And again,
and work with Dennis, because he's got, you know, it seems like he's got, you know, good connections there, so to speak.
Yep. My experience with UDOT too is that they are willing to listen to the mayor and elected officials more than they would, you know, lowly engineers and developers. But they will listen to us. But when those elected officials speak, it gets their attention a little bit more. So I appreciate your support on that, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, so did we open up for, no, we did, we still haven't opened up for public input, so let's open up for public input at this point, and Ingram's, I see Ingram's hand.
First, okay, y'all should be able to hear me, right?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
I got a big mouth. My voice carries.
yeah.
All right, so I guess the first question is, Mary, you said you had visited with the UDOT, but did anyone actually ask if we could slow the speed down? I mean, that corridor right now is the number one, well, I don't know. You said, I'm just kind of repeating what you said. That corridor is known for the high volume of animals that are killed. What is the issue of not slowing that down to 55? I mean, I don't understand. You know, as a constituent, as an individual who drives a truck and has to make that left turn, and I see Freightliner in my rearview window closing at a very high speed, what's the issue? I mean, we've already got it going past Blackstone, or Black Rock, excuse me. It's 55 past Black Rock. You go on the other side of Tuhey, it drops down to 55, drops down to 35, and you're in the Camas.
I mean, we have more roads, more subdivisions entering that one piece of land than we do over in Heber. And I just watched them put a new light in Heber on 40 that does exactly what we're needing it to do. So I don't understand why we can't actually just press them to lower the speed limit. If you want a fast fix to the problem, tell them it saves the environment. I'm sure somebody will be happy with that statement.
Well, one thing we did talk about, Mr. Quick or Ingram, however you want to be
You call
addressed.
me whatever you want.
Is discussing how we can slow down the traffic coming into Ross Creek. So that right lane coming in from Park City is, you get there and just about everybody gets, tailgated at 70 miles an hour. So that was one thing we did talk about. We walked the area. Jen, do you want to add anything? Because we did talk.
You're doing great.
We, and I spent probably the most time with them. And so, yeah, we talked about reducing speed, putting up speed signs, putting up additional digital signs, widening the road, and then creating a traffic light at the intersection of Shoreline and Deer Mountain Boulevard, which don't adjoin now, but we're talking about adjoining them in the next iteration because UDOT prioritizes four-way intersects. And this has been on our corridor plan anyway. So that was a big piece of the conversation. So we could get a light there. And we finally came up, we walked the area, looked at multiple options, which their engineers now are going to look at least two options. One is to potentially, again, have that right exit lane widened. However, they didn't feel like there was enough, we actually measured it. We didn't feel like there was enough distance between where the electric, and I know we're on a different topic here. Because
The new electric boxes.
but the point being is, yes, we have talked, and I think we need to have this as a separate conversation because it doesn't address Mr. Brockbank's
Well,
proposal.
I appreciate that, but the problem I'm still not clear on is what's it to the UDOT to change the speed limit from 65 to 55? They've done it on both ends of that road already. So it's not like I'm asking you to put up any money other than somebody going out there, getting some spray paint and changing it over to something that says 65. So I don't understand what the resistance is to actually make it say 55 or whatever speed limit we feel is safe for us. I don't want to get clocked by a dump truck. I'm pretty sure nobody in this room wants to get clocked by a dump truck. So why are we trying to focus on I thought the whole game was that we would want to do something that gave us instant results. Putting up a new speed limit sign is an instant result. Instant impact, better for the community, better for the animals, better for anybody. And it should not cost the state UDOT a whole lot of money. They just take some 55s to somewhere else if they want to jack up the road and bring it over here and they give them our 65s. Life's good. So I don't understand why we don't do it. I mean, we make something simple complex. And then we want to blame everybody else by just sitting there saying, can you just change it to 55? I'm having a hard time.
Describe UDOT, yeah.
I mean, I have a hard time understanding that UDOT is about understanding, about the speed limits. They're gonna pretty much do what we as the constituents, I would hope, want.
Yeah, and so back to the voices and signatures, that's where we make our voices heard. And I think we've got a petition here to create greater safety in our environment. So I would encourage you to sign that and we can certainly go
I
back.
will sign anything, but what I don't want to sign is something that doesn't, it actually specifically says, now, I don't want all these suggestions. We have a solution. The solution is slow the road down. That's it. They've done it on both ends. Why are we sitting there skirting around the bushes? Just say, slow down. Well, if I had my way, I'd put some concrete barriers on that thing and just let those trucks roll over them, and I guarantee you they will slow down. Now, I'm gonna get yelled at by my bride on this because I'm supposed to behave.
Let's get back to the discussion here, which is we need to vote eventually, and I want to make sure we have all public input on what we're talking about, not just the roads, because we're really talking about the proposal. So do we have any other folks on the
I
line?
think Dennis wants to say something.
Dennis wants to, all right. Dennis, you're back online.
Oh, no, sorry, I just listening to the discussion is all. Didn't have any more to add. Is my hand up? Oh, I'm sorry. That was inadvertent. I apologize. Thanks for noticing, though.
Mayor,
Yeah.
just a point of clarity, are we just debating the rezoning, or are we doing the rezoning in MDA that?
We're doing the rezoning right now, so, sorry.
Good.
And back to keeping on topic here, we're on rezoning. Any other comments from the public? Looks like no, so let's close public input. Any other final comments from anyone before we go to a motion?
I would suggest that don't do, motion, you could do, I would not, I think you should talk about the whole thing before you vote on one part versus the other. You're not going to, you can't do well, I wouldn't recommend that you do a rezone without having all the terms of the MDA ironed out.
Well, that's a good point. So Polly, do you want to share some thoughts on the MDA or?
Yeah, I
first?
mean, I got a call from Eric. We spoke today from 3 to 4 o'clock. You know, we received changes to their MDA at, I think on Monday afternoon. And then we gave them back some comments. Part of the frustration that we heard from the council was the lateness. And frankly, there are still some big terms that aren't worked out. I'm just trying to compare right now. Eric at like 4:30 sent me kind of a summary of the things that he and I talked about. And he had a lot to say about it. I have a lot to say about it. I mean, I can go through it one by one, but I think that there's still some terms of the MDA that sound like they need to be worked out, and I'm a little concerned about how they're gonna be worked out. So,
If I might, well, just to put it in the appropriate context, at least from my perspective. After our last meeting, I immediately sent out an MDA with everything I understood was to be handled.
That was last month.
So this is a situation where I've sent something at the last minute. Then we got some requests from Thomas and Polly to make some revisions. So when she's talking about the 10-6 Monday revisions, Friday afternoon, which I was in a meeting until late on Friday, and I saw it after 5, her email, 4:30, I think it was, she sent me requesting additional revisions. I've turned them around within a day or so, every time I've got something. This isn't something I've been sitting on and then sending it to the council to her at the last second. This is something where, and I keep feeling, I'll just be frank, a little bit frank, they've been awesome. Thomas and Paul have been awesome. But I feel like sometimes that the target keeps moving. And so language that's already been approved, was passed by you, we're all good. All of a sudden they're changing language. Or sending, we want this change, we want this change, we want this change. And that's what happened again. Yesterday I got another, a huge amount of red lines from Polly. And so at 4:30 yesterday, so I get up early this morning, go through them all, get on the phone with Nate and Paul, and then I get on the phone with Polly to go through this huge amount of red lines. All of it. I wouldn't say huge. There was probably 10 things that we had to work out, and then they got on the phone today, which they were minor. You guys have seen our 99% of the development agreement did not change. And so I wasn't real concerned about being here tonight with that 1 or 2% change. I'd like to know what Polly thinks are big ideas, but because when I talked to Thomas or Eric after they talked, we thought we agreed upon basically everything. But there was a couple things that I wanted to talk to you guys about.
To me, there's only really two issues. One would have sub-issues, and that is she's inserted a bunch of deadlines, and Nate can talk about those that weren't in before, or shortened deadlines. So for example, we had it in the prior MDA that was before you, 15 years to build out our development. She, in the last one yesterday at 4:30, struck that to 10. It wasn't by any request of you, they just struck 5 years off our completion date. And she moved, there's probably been 5 or 6 different deadlines she's moved to be quicker, but it wasn't based on anything you guys said. It's just that she just did it, and so I got it.
It may have been side conversations we weren't aware of, so we kind of didn't know about these changes until yesterday at 4:30 or whatever, or yesterday morning. And so we turned around, made them as fast as we could. I hope it doesn't affect our vote tonight. I mean, if it's a vote no, that's your choice. But I don't think there's anything in the development agreement that we don't agree with. Let me just write down a couple of things. A couple of things in the development.
Before you jump in,
Yeah.
Polly, is this your recollection of?
I mean, I'm just looking back, I got the final version from Eric of their kind of, so I have an email from him there was a version from September 10th that was really from 8/22, which had a lot of the components, but had a lot of stuff, as you guys recall, that's what you saw at your September meeting. And you were like, what is this? Because it didn't include a lot of the things. And that seems like there was a huge misunderstanding where they didn't change anything from the planning commission. Okay. But I'm just looking, I mean, we got their kind of final version on Wednesday, October 1st. So just looking at my email. So that was a week, that was 8 days ago. And frankly, yeah, we tried to work with that as quickly as we could, but there are things also, such a big document that, for example, there were things that I marked back that I highlighted for them before, like, for example, they have a termination clause where they can get out of this for any reason that they want with 90 days after the first plat amendment is recorded. So that pushes this out, like, that's not very typical to have. So I had highlighted that when I saw it the first time around. I said, what's going on here? Because we're gonna do all this and have all these deals, then we don't want to, have this put out. And then we don't even have a time frame for when that first, they don't have, we talked about this before, like, you wanna have firm deadlines so that the project moves forward. Right?
We did agree on that today, right?
The
first payment deadline. We had in there 90 days after approval, and then we had in there one other item, and then you put in a date that I thought we agreed on the date today, July.
I don't think we.
Well, you
agreed.
put
Eric
December
had a lot to say.
31st of 2026, and I said, well, and talking to Nate, we don't want that date at all, but if you have to have one, we'll do July 31st, 2027.
So let me just explain why we have this in there, that we could cancel
But
this.
let me just mention-
We've never canceled a development agreement. There is an agreement with Bob Martino that built that Rock Road. And it says he can charge us whatever the hell he wants to charge us. We don't agree with it. We don't know what he's gonna charge us, but he goes back and says, hey, that's a $20 million road, prove it. We can't pay $20 million for that rock road that we have to tear up, because you can't even drive on the road. If there's a fire up there, it's just, that's why we have the agreement in there. That's why we have that in there, because we have not negotiated with Bob Martino, first of all, because we don't know if we're even gonna get approved. And then we'll go to Bob Martino and work out the agreements that are in place that you guys have signed, that he signed. But that's the only reason we have it in there. We don't plan on backing out of this. I've worked my ass off trying to get this approved over the last 14, 15 months. But there's one thing that could derail it. And if we have to, then there's things that we can do if he's not honoring the agreement. And so that's the only reason. And I don't know if we explained that to Polly or not, but you guys wanted dates in there, and we had we had a date, but it was after we did certain things, and so then we put in, Polly put in that, we're fine with that. I mean, we're completely fine with giving you guys a drop dead date, so you guys know when you're gonna get your money. No matter what, whether we built one house or 30 houses, you guys know when you're gonna get the money. And so that makes sense. Eric was complaining, but I said, Eric, as a town, they would like to know when they're gonna get their first tranche of money. So I understand that. I'm okay with it. And so I thought it was worked out today. And I just wanna say, hopefully this didn't come across as negative, because these guys have been unbelievable. Polly and Thomas, and getting the stuff to us and working through these issues. And the other developer had an issue too with time frame. One thing that came up that we can't agree on is that, because you just don't know what's gonna happen. They came back that she wanted to put a time frame to start each phase. Well, it takes a year to build a house up here, and sometimes it takes over that, because you can't even build in the winter. You can't pour a footing and foundation in the winter, so if you sell a house in October, you can't start that house until like March. So that's like a 6 or 8 month contract before you can even start, and then you have a year build. And so we didn't want to put a time frame on there, we just wanted to extend the development agreement to be 15 years for 8 phases. And that seems pretty doable. It took me 6 years to build Deer Waters, the 102 or 103 townhomes. So 230, we thought, 12 to 15 years would be fine. She wanted to drop that down to 10, which is fine, but I don't think we can meet the 10. So I don't want to sign something I don't think I can meet. And so I was just being completely honest and upfront with that. I don't think we can meet the 10 years.
That sounds wonderful. I'm glad you guys have been working together. It sounds like you just need a little bit more time on the MDA.
We don't have more time.
What do you mean you don't have more time?
The seller won't give us more time.
So,
Okay, cool. The seller won't give you more time.
No,
But there's
You
only
mean
this.
You don't get an answer tonight, it's over.
we're out.
Okay, here's,
And that's not putting a bullet in your head.
It sounds like it is.
Well, then vote no, and then we don't have a year.
we are trying to cram so much into this meeting tonight. And we've had you, and then we've had another major developer. We still aren't through our agenda.
Oh, I know.
And, is there any possibility that because there's just so much going on, that we could call another emergency council
Like
meeting?
next week.
And
Just
try
for you
to,
guys.
and get more info? I mean, Nate, we didn't have any time to read anything. You weren't here when I went on my tirade at the beginning, but I really, we got the final packet at 5 o'clock
Well,
tonight.
but the development agreement is basically the same from August, September, and then a few dates have been put in there, and that's really it.
Well, I don't think that from what I recall in August and September, there were a lot of questions by the council, at least for the August meeting. That MDA was not a workable MDA. That was why that's why you agreed to.
Well,
So let's just, it's just hard, because I know this project has gone on, and Nate, you're
Not even about-
amazing to work with,
Well,
you're
yeah.
very conciliatory.
Yeah.
You've done a lot, I'm not trying to say that, and it's not just me when I make suggestions, it's not, she did this, it's, I'm working with staff. I'm listening to council concerns, and that's what we're trying to do. So this isn't, I have no stake in this, but but I get that this is a huge project. This is, you're asking for, 230 units on 115 acres. And so this is like the last big project in the town. So that's why the town council wants to make sure that they do it right.
I mean, can you put in a contingency that it will be worked out with Polly and vote?
On what, the number of years?
No, the couple items that are on
No,
there.
that sounds like a big one, Nate. So it sounds like you can't push back for 10. This is what I'm hearing. And it started at 15. Is there compromise in there?
Sure, that's all I do is
Sure.
compromise. I'm completely fine.
Well, is it like Polly can,
Tell me what's the reasoning? Why? Why do you care if we have something built out in 10 years or 15 years? Why do you want us to come in and we have to develop these 30 lots? They sit there for 4 years because we can't sell a damn house because the market's changed. Why do you want that? I mean, I've been in cities that have actually changed their ordinance because that happened. Grantsville, you can only develop 25 lots at a time because you had developers going in there building 100 lots and they would sit for 5 years. You had weeds everywhere. Why do you want to push a developer to say, you have to do it at this point or you guys lose your rights? And lots are gonna sit there. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
But I'm perfectly fine. If you want to put 10 years, we can't meet it. We can't meet it. Because I'm not gonna go risk, he's risking $10 million on his, I'm putting $250 million into this development. That commercial guy's putting 10. This is a big deal to us. And I don't wanna sign something that I can't do. And I'm telling you right now, I cannot do a 10-year. Now, I could fake it and say, hey, we can do it. And if the market, have I ever slowed any project down out here? I do every phase as fast as I possibly can, because that's how I make a living. So I'll sign 10 years, but I'm telling you right now, you're putting a bullet in my head and it's not the best thing to do for this development. And we might do it in 10 years. If the market stays good and the Olympics bring in a bunch of people, I hope we can do it in 8 years. But first of all, to get it started, if we get this approved in March, let's just say, we get it approved in March, it takes a year to put the development in, it takes a year to build the house. Our first house is delivered in 2 years, we're already behind the 8 ball. And then you sell out the first 20 houses, then you do it again. You have another development, you have another 2, it takes 2 years to do a phase.
I have two questions. Are you at the point where your buyer will not give you any more time?
Yes,
And you're convinced that this is it?
we're convinced of that.
Okay, so then I have a question for Paul. What do you think, I'm asking for your opinion here. What do you think about a conditional approval, that something along the lines of, we vote and however it comes out, if it comes out positive, we have a contingency clause that says certain issues must be resolved within X time, or the approval is withdrawn. I'm looking for a middle ground here to, first off, will that satisfy your buyer or your seller?
Those are conditions of approval. That's what we get every time we go before a city.
Okay,
I think that's,
what
I
do you
mean, I guess it depends, yeah, I mean, I guess then Nate is taking it's like a vote that then you could lose, so.
Polly, I know that I
Okay.
can work anything out with you. That's what I know.
Well,
And you may win, like the other guy said, you may win, and I'm fine with that.
it's not a matter of winning.
No, I'm joking.
It's not
That
about
was-
me, this is
no.
about the town of
And
Hideout.
I'm negotiating with you, trying to
I-
trying to get a couple things. That's all. I was joking when you say win.
So Polly, what do you think of
Because-
the idea?
I think that some of the limitations, again, my approach to think about it for the town is, all right, what could they build just as a matter of right? 115-acre area, it's 1 per unit, but it's pretty steep in a lot of places.
About 80 units.
And you need roads.
80
Probably
units.
give or take. We don't build as many parks. You don't get your $4.5 million. And we have bigger lots.
So back to my question, Polly, what do you think of the idea? Suppose hypothetically the council were to say, we give Nate his approval, so the seller doesn't pull out. But we have a contingent subsequent in there that says, if we don't agree to all of the terms within X period of time, this approval is withdrawn. If that's okay with you, what do you think of that, Polly?
I'm seeing Thomas get up. so-
Well, I'm wondering I think that could work, or is it a contingency that we work it out? And if we don't, we have to come back to council, but it's still a condition.
That's what
In case we need input.
I like condition subsequent for legal reasons, but
It needs to be very firm. The problem is that some of these things, as Thomas is saying, some of these things it's not my decision, right? You're the legislative body. So it's very hard to work out. I don't know how important it is to you to know that they can just terminate the agreement, or that that the 4% is off of, or point, whatever it is, 0.4% is off of the net value, not the gross value, or that, you know, at what point the commercial or whatever else. I mean, there are all these little things that got changed in here that we were kind of talking about. So it's hard for me to prioritize that without council's input, but I think we could, you know,
Sure. So I personally, I'm happy to give you my input, whether we do that here or we do that later, you know, on the termination clause, if we could, for example, say that that termination clause is limited to in the event that the road costs more than X. Such that, you know, if the road costs under X, you can't pull out. But, you know, if you present us with a, you know, something that says from the owner, listen, here's my best and final offer, it says it's X, and if X exceeds that amount, then you're out. So I would be okay with that. With respect to the clause, the payment for each house, I'm fine with the payment being on after the expenses, the 0.04% after realtor fees, title fee, and I
But
think.
that's what we presented the entire time.
Right, and I'm okay with
It's
that.
been in our development agreement for the last, since,
last month.
no,
Last
no,
month.
in September and August, it was in the development agreement.
I'm good with that, so I give you my input, I'm happy to give you the rest of my input in any context or form or manner you wish. Maybe the other council members could give you their input, so that we can overcome these issues and you have the input that you want and need to move forward.
I really think we can do this. I mean, they've been, don't get me wrong with my comments, I just kind of felt like I was being portrayed as you got all this stuff late because of me, and I kind of want to make sure it's clear.
Well, to be honest, we made changes Friday when we walked the project because we heard from council members. And so we changed all of our maps and sent it over, and so things do change.
I think we have a time problem, that is our problem, we need a little more time to hammer out these details, that's my personal.
And I think there's not that many, you guys, and I think we can work out, if you say, like, I can work out with these two, the difference between 10 and 15 years. I don't know that we need to come back to you and say, if we work out 12 and a half years, split the difference, that I think you could feel comfortable giving her that authority or some of these
But
deadlines.
the other thing, we have 10 years with the 2-year extension. Give us 10 years with a 5-year extension. I mean, there's so many ways around to get around this. You guys don't wanna see me again at 11 o'clock next month. I mean.
Holly, are you okay with this in concept, a
Yeah,
condition
just trying
subsequent?
to pull it up, and, you know, again, I know that you guys, we received an updated Exhibit S, which is all the exceptions that they're asking for, you know, in that very tiny font. And we imported that all into the document itself. And it does appear that every single unit in this project is requiring a variance, just so that you're aware. So there were some questions about the setbacks and all that, that we haven't discussed, that I know caused some issue, you know, we had a big discussion about that last month. So I just don't know how you want to resolve that. But, you know, we could make it contingent on it being finalized next month. And, you know, it could almost be like, you know, if you guys aren't okay with it, then it, you know, that's a big risk to Nate, because if we're clear that you guys could then basically say no next month, that's.
Well, the risk I lose the project. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I like John, I think in a week we can have this ironed out, but just between Thomas
we
and,
can tomorrow.
yeah, Polly.
Well, I think
I
that
don't-
there were still issues about, I don't know, I mean, I just, you know. There were a lot of, you know, I mean, we can go through it, you know.
I sent over 7 issues and I think we resolved most of them in this meeting, like the 4-foot wide versus the 5-foot.
What if we do this? Holly, we have sessions with 2 council members
No,
giving you the input, you don't want to do that,
I
okay?
don't wanna do that. That's
Right.
not, that's, we need, this is a, you know, you got, this MDA is a legislative process. You are having so many exceptions to your code that it's basically like you are creating a new land use code under Utah law. That's why it goes to the planning commission and then goes, so I know you're trying to problem solve here.
You wanna take 10 minutes and the only reason we brought this came about because of the walkthrough. Jonathan asked us if we put it all on one page and we thought it was, or one map, and we thought it was great to have it, even though we had it in, Polly last time asked us to put it in Excel spreadsheet, which we did. So it's just in a map and Excel spreadsheet. So you had it last month. Nothing's changed except what Thomas asked us to on the 2 backyards and moving the 1 house from the last meeting. But this was just to make it clear for everyone so they could see it. And it's something Jonathan asked for when we were at the walkthrough.
And this is page 238, right? Can you switch to that, please?
The variance.
Yes, the display. 238, that shows all the variances. They're all in little circles with numbers.
Yes,
So it's just a snapshot.
Yeah.
Of what the variance landscape
Yes.
looks like for us.
yes.
And I bet you in 5 minutes I could go through all the issues.
Well, it took you an hour today.
Well, I was just telling, I was giving you my reasons behind it to try to let you understand, but I could probably take literally
I can
5 minutes.
I can
And
take
to say,
5 minutes to go over all the variants.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And are you guys sure that you, I mean, is a representative from Salzman in the meeting? I can't see everyone who's here.
Right, minor.
Mine, no.
Our contract ends next month, next month. They said they're not gonna give us any more extensions. I know they've talked to you, Mayor. We were trying to get approved in October, didn't happen. And so we got through, September, sorry. September, it didn't happen. And so they gave us a contract to be done in November. I don't know the exact date, but I know it's before the next meeting. So
I'm gonna go back to what Carol suggested maybe half an hour ago. I think it's possible, because it is almost 11 PM.
yes,
For us to regroup just on this project next week. I think, and I can't speak for the whole council, but I can speak for myself. You know, we like working with you on your projects. We get a lot out of, the town gets a lot of benefit. We do have still some things to work out, and if it does take, what did you say?
5
Couple
minutes.
hours, you can get something.
Let's give ourselves a couple
Yeah.
minutes.
Let's do
Give
this.
ourselves just a little bit of time.
Are you guys open to this? I'm out of town next week.
Okay.
I will come back. I will come back. I'm just in California, so I will come back whatever day you guys tell me to come back. I'm on a family trip, but I'll come back. Cause I am out of town the 20th to the 30th. I'm in Spain. I can't come back from that, but I will come back from my trip. Whatever day you guys tell me to meet, and we will meet. If you guys
Can
are
we do
okay.
a Zoom? Then you don't have to come.
No, I like being here. I like being told no right to my face.
But I feel like we're just a little.
Had more yeses than no.
Yeah. I don't know.
We're just a little bit more time, and it's still October next.
Can we,
week.
yes, I'm
It's still
fine if you guys will
October,
do it.
just before the 20th.
I mean, next week I'm out of town, and I have other obligations with other towns that I cannot change.
Polly, can you and I get on the phone tomorrow, go through the development
So
agreement?
you're leaving what, so you're gone the 20th to the 30th?
I'm gone Monday till the 18th, but I'm in California, so I will come back for
Yeah,
this
but I'm
meeting.
gone.
And I'm gone the 20th through the 30th.
So I mean, we could meet on Halloween, or we could meet on the 1st of November. Or,
No,
We got 2 other council people here that, you know, are remote. I don't think it's fair for us to just not have any input from.
no,
anyone
I'm saying
outside.
with my contract, I would need to meet next week.
Mhm.
And I could do a Zoom if we have to do a Zoom. I just need to get this done before like the 25th of October. With my contract.
Well, Polly is definitely a gating person,
Yeah.
so to speak, and Thomas.
yeah, I mean, you might be, I'm not, I mean, or maybe you can leave a day, I mean, maybe we can make it the 21st, and you just leave on your trip a day later.
That's to
How
Spain.
does-
I can't leave Spain later. I-
So then, what about November 3rd? Is that before your date? You said it's the beginning of November.
Yeah, I'd have to check. I don't know. I don't think it is.
Cause our meeting, I get it, our meeting is on the 13th, I think. Which is later for us usually, but
What if we looked at the very end of next week? I mean, like,
I'm in New York and
Friday.
I'm not.
So, Polly,
What about
we,
tomorrow?
great, let's do it.
What about tomorrow?
Yeah, another hour, we'll be tomorrow.
I mean, it's hard, I know we all have other obligations,
we
you know.
may have other obligations.
It's not that I don't wanna drop
And
everything.
we have another council member who has job, who travels around the world. We have another council member who's with his family in Kentucky. This kind of vote, I think, requires, this kind of next step where we're gonna have a vote, requires all five of us. So,
Yeah.
all five council members. To be fair, it's too critical to the town. And, we're not gonna just cut meetings because of cutting meetings without all folks who have been elected on the town council to give their vote.
Well,
That's-
yeah,
that's my
I'm just
view.
trying to throw out
I'm not
dates.
gonna- I'm not gonna have some meeting
Yeah.
that just offhanded, and it just seems like we're juggling meetings here. And I just don't think that's the way to go.
I agree.
You know, to be fair to all the council members and to be fair to the town, you know, I'm just concerned that we're not gonna be able to get this done because Polly's not available and you're traveling and there's too many issues here.
Well, to put it bluntly, if we don't get approved, they don't get an extension, town misses out on $4.5 million. And is that worth it? Cause you're concerned about a couple of things on the development agreement.
Well, I think that's up to the council.
Yeah, no, that's up to council.
Which brings me back to the condition subsequent. If we were to hypothetically vote yes with a condition subsequent such that if we don't work out all the issues to everybody's satisfaction by X date, then the approval is withdrawn. You get your approval, you get your deal with your buyer, right?
Yeah.
The town still gets the chance to work out all these details, and if we can't work out all of these details, then the condition subsequent kicks in and we pull the approval. And whatever time we need to make that happen, Polly, you tell us,
It makes, from a legal standpoint, it makes me nervous where there does seem to be time to work through things.
Can we take 10 minutes and just hear what are your big concerns from the development agreement?
I mean, it's not gonna take 10, I mean, part of the problem is that we had this back and forth. And I think that there are concerns, I mean, you haven't even talked about maybe you felt like that last month was enough, we didn't have Thomas, I mean, I worry, hearing the council, it's your decision, right? But I don't know, are you comfortable based on what you have to move forward tonight? You know, to just have a condition precedent is one solution, but I think it could expose the town, because what if that doesn't go through and then, I mean, then what? What are you committing yourself to? Because you just pull the rug out from under him? I don't think that that's how you guys usually operate, so.
Jonathan, you've made the kind of argument here, so, do you feel comfortable with it?
I'm comfortable with a condition subsequent such that if we don't work out all the details to both parties' full satisfaction in pick a number of days, 20 days, 10 days, 30 days, whatever is appropriate based on everybody's schedules, and that includes members of the council, I'm very comfortable with the condition subsequent. If you agree that, you know what, we're really bending over backwards here, Nate, and as long as you agree to these terms here and now, I'm okay with it. I don't think there's much exposure, but Polly, you're the
only question I would have is who do we work that out with? Are you guys giving Polly the carte blanche to work out the
Yeah, I don't.
issues?
we would feed Polly information.
That's not my role.
Yeah, sorry, we're not public input right now. Polly, I don't think, I mean, there's not enough time here, or there's not enough days where everybody's gonna be able to get together. And I agree with you that this is a legislative action at this point. It's too critical. And again, good legislative actions should be dependent upon all the constituents, which includes the town council. So I'm concerned that, doing this partially correct is not really what we want to drive to, but I would like to, so that's my only concern, Jonathan. I'm not against it. I'm just not, I just don't see a date certain where we're all gonna get together. Carol, do you have any thoughts on this?
No, I mean, yes and no. I just wish we could work it out. That's my thought, I think that Nate's always been easy to work with. But I also respect Polly's concerns and I respect the engineer's concerns. So,
Mayor, could I offer an idea?
and Thomas's, yeah.
What if we did, I know Nate said he wanted to be here in person, but what if we did something by way of Zoom on the 20th or 21st or 22nd? I know that it would be tough for Nate because he's 8 hours or 7 hours difference. But what if we try to schedule a Zoom meeting? We work everything out to the best of our ability prior to, and then it'd be a Zoom meeting for you, Nate.
That would, if I can just do it before November 1st, then I'm good. I don't know how Jonathan and,
Well,
JP
again, it's, we've got two people.
No, they can speak, they need to speak up and say it,
Yeah.
if they hate that idea, or if they.
So JD, I don't know if you're traveling, I forget if you're on the road, on the 22nd, and Bob may have dropped off entirely. So he's still listed there, but, I'm not really sure if he's, but, your input is, important as to whether you could make a date for us to converse and have enough time to review all the additional changes. JD, can you weigh in?
If you can hear us, you're on mute.
He's probably asleep.
He could be, because he's
gone to bed.
he's in Kentucky, which is.
Right, different time zone.
2 hours different here.
Okay.
Can excuse me, Chris, can you just back up for a second? Bob, can you weigh in?
Yeah, on the 22nd, I will be in Italy, which will be the same time zone as Nate.
Well, I mean, it just doesn't sound.
No, hold on. Now can I speak, now that you've asked?
Chris, go ahead.
Thank you. So we have a process to figure out a date and time when we can meet. Typically, we ask Alicia to send out a poll and people indicate when they can, a doodle poll. And then we pick a date based on that kind of availability. We do not have to do that right now. What we should do now is set the direction that we're going in. And that would be to meet within before November 1st. Meet again before November 1st. The date will be set based on the polling, best availability, and that's what we meet.
Holly, do you have availability between now and November 1? What's your
I
availability?
have a ton of availability. I just have a planned vacation next week on the 16th. I'm gone the 16th. and the
What day of the
17th.
week is that?
But from the 20th to the 31st, I am at your
Exactly.
beckoning.
And my problem with Doodle is, we often don't get to a good date and we miss people. And that's why we're dealing with people who are here who have some committal, and this is such an important item. And with all this travel, I don't even know if I can commit to any date before November 1st. I'm gonna give you my honest opinion. And so that's the problem that I have with this doodling thing. I just don't feel like we're gonna get to a better spot. So.
The other thing is that it doesn't necessarily have to be in the evening. You could call a meeting for noon. Like
Anytime.
gives
Or
people-
morning.
Yeah.
Pick a date and time. Give us 10 options, Alicia, and we'll see where people land. And if we can't get enough people, then we get 10 more options. until we get the date that works.
Yeah,
Jan.
Jan.
So this is all premised on the deal falling through with Nate, and Nate's a great person to work with. I can't imagine why Greg Minor can't weigh in and extend the date if we have all of these questions.
Great, let's ask.
Nate is a perfect person to buy this. He's got the water, he can make it happen. Spent all this time and energy. Let's ask Greg why he can't.
Greg, are you still on?
Is there a chance that?
They left their PCs on and they went just before.
Yeah, I'd much rather go for the next meeting. That gives everyone time. We know it's a date certain. And, let's see if you can't get that extension. I'd much rather have that
He
than,
can't give it to me, it's the Salzman's. So, I mean, I could ask him. He can't say yes for the Salzman.
I just don't like being backed into a corner on a date. You know, not me.
I'm just being honest, if, I'm gonna lose it, and you guys are gonna lose out on a lot.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple issues that aren't worked out that I think we could work out. We spent 40 minutes trying to work this out, I mean, we could have spent 40 minutes trying to work out a couple issues with the development agreement, and to what I saw, they're very minor, just timing.
Yeah, I think we could work it out in 15 minutes.
I mean, honestly, our plan has not changed. From the 3 times I've been before you, the plan has not changed except moved one lot here because I was asked to. Variances haven't changed. They're still the same, as they were last month. And so, I don't know. I spent a ton of money on engineering and time and effort. So I don't wanna lose it, and they've given me my extensions. Will they give me another one? They said no. I had them call you to ask, and I mean, that's where I'm at. I'm taking them for their word when they said no. And I feel like we're missing out on a lot of things because there's a couple things that aren't worked out, because I changed a few things. And there were some things added. There were some timing things added that weren't added in the first, last month. And then Thomas was gone, and so I don't think there's anything major. And the variances haven't changed except 2 lots. I sent you a picture of the wetlands.
understand. Can you just take a hold, because Bob wants to, jump in here and I do want to get his input. Bob, are you still about, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I just want to point well, 2 things. First of all, I'm kind of siding with John on the thoughts on this issue, but I just need to point something out. This is the 3rd time this Salzman property, there's been attempted to be a real estate deal. And in all 3 times, the seller has put these time constraints on the deal falling through. I just don't understand why the seller feels the need to back everybody into a corner. It just, something doesn't make sense about that.
When I'm even getting backed into a more corner because the other 2 people couldn't perform in the time. And I've been under contract for 1 year and 3 months, so it's not like they're pushing me and didn't give me time. It took me almost 1 year to get out of planning commission. And so, I've had it under contract a long time, and so I understand their concerns. I know we're at the finish line, but we don't even know if I'm gonna get voted at the I don't know who knows what's gonna happen in November, so.
We have 3 weeks and 2 days before November 1st. There seems to be no reason why we couldn't get together in that time, in a Zoom call.
It doesn't seem like we're that far apart.
We're not,
Exactly, so.
Really not.
that's why I feel like I'm missing out on a lot, and if they take it from, you guys are missing out on a lot, and I know everyone's kind of tired of this, and it's late, I get it, but we're all missing out on a lot if we can't get a date. And who knows what the next guy's gonna do,
Well, it's up to the council to make this decision. I think we all are, and I kind of agree with Bob. I hate to be backed into a corner on a date. And, but you would think there's some available dates, but I don't know. And, this is a busy time of year, so, is there any other input? Does anyone want to make a motion to, go with, Jonathan, you've offered a, conditional approach to this. Do you want to offer a motion to the?
I do. Let's see what happens. Let's see where this supports.
Sorry, do you mind?
I second that.
I thought we did. I thought,
Public input.
Not for the, not for NDA.
oh, I didn't know we're on the MDA at this point. You brought up the MDA as part of the zoning piece, Polly.
Yeah, well, they're so.
We didn't open up,
And
we didn't
also,
open up the MDA.
we clear, so JD is no longer, like, he's not responding, right? So we're just assuming he's now
Fell asleep.
absent.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
So that's, so we don't have, so we're down a council member, so I think we consider him absent. I don't know what time he stopped being part of this, which, yeah, we should open it, just like we did for the last one. We should open up
For the MDA.
for the MDA in case there's anyone else who wants
Okay.
to.
So let's open up the meeting for any input, just on the MDA. Doesn't seem like there's any comments.
No.
Mr. Quick.
Again, all this technology, we're asking this fine gentleman over here to interrupt his vacation while he's trying to help us. I don't understand why we can't interrupt our vacations. He's in a, where did you say we were gonna be?
Spain.
Spain. We already have another council member who's gonna be in the same time zone. I believe most of us on the council are not on full-time jobs, is that correct? So there's nothing that prevents, and unfortunate for him, because I worked international as well. He stays up late, we get up on our normal time, we have the meeting, Polly, is that correct?
Yeah.
Has availability to be able to do this. Why would we not try to actually use, what did you call your program, ma'am? Doodle to do it. I mean, we're sitting here saying it's gonna fail before we even try.
To me, there's too much at risk for the town and myself.
I mean,
there's-
we're chunking
benefiting
away
from this.
$4 million.
So let's just try to get a meeting before the first.
4 million. That, let's look at this from a real perspective. $4 million that this man is willing to give us, and we're worrying about somebody having to stay up a little late. Hell, it's 11 o'clock right now. So we should just have her do what she said. Get the doodle out, have everybody pick a time, and we find a time that works. And we just have to do it. I was a director of IT. I got up at 2 o'clock in the morning for international meetings. Yeah, it sucked for me, but I did it because it was important to my team and my company. You represent me. It's important to me that you guys interrupt your schedules if you have to, but since you're not working, that means you don't play pickleball. And I'm not trying to be an ass, and I'm not trying to be difficult. What I am trying to do is stress how important it is to this community and to me as a constituent that we work with this man who's willing to work with us. We don't worry about what time we get up. We get up, we meet with the man, he gets whatever his needs. He's taking a heck of a risk on our behalf. If this thing goes south, I don't want to know. That's your business. He's got a lot of money on hook.
But I will say, you guys are awesome, you know that.
And I'm not
You know how I
saying,
feel about this.
Thank you for your comment, that's a good
But
comment.
so-
And I think, I think there's not a person on this council that doesn't bend over backwards
You do.
for working with you. We've all come out to do a site visit. We spent a lot of time on this. And I think there is, and I just think that we have an option here so far to move ahead. And maybe we can get this on a doodle, so it's possible, Nate, but, you're also traveling in the midst of this.
I will come home from my California trip, I'll be on the phone on the other trip, so. I'm not gonna be the excuse why we can't meet, I will meet any time of day, any time of morning, whatever.
So any other input from the town? Public input? Okay, we'll close public input and go back to our session and see if there is any last comments and do we have a proposal?
I'd like to make a motion that we, oh, there's the language, help me here, Polly, move the discussion and possible recommendation regarding the amendment of the zoning map and discussion and approval and amendment of, the zoning, I'm sorry, the, NDA, thank you, it's very late for me. To a date uncertain, but before November first, to be determined, through polling. And set, within the next week. Set, like we know what date we're meeting. Can you do the doodle poll in the next week? No, set, the date will be set, so the poll will happen and a date will be selected within a week.
As long as the meeting isn't with.
No, the meeting is sometime after Polly's available again.
Which is starting the 21st.
So that would still have to be before November first, right?
Right, between November first, that's what she said.
So
So
we'll
we have
two
like
weeks.
10 days?
So we have, yep, so there'll be 3 weeks plus 2 days, so we have a week to set the meeting, and then we have 2 weeks to conduct the meeting. With whatever that time period is where the meeting is set.
And then we can get with Polly hopefully tomorrow and work these issues out if they can be worked out, and then we can get it back in your hands and you guys we can vote on it at the next meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll call JJ, I'm not sure he's on.
Hey, point of order, Ralph. John made a motion before Chris made a motion.
No, it was before
No.
public input, so we had to go through public input. I waited till public input was closed and made the motion.
Bob?
Hang on, I'm not ready to make a decision on this. John, you were saying that we could move forward, your motion, we can move forward with approval based on some contingencies, correct?
That would be what I would move. I haven't yet moved that, as Chris beat me to it.
But he
Right.
also seconded my motion, so
Right.
it was time to vote.
Did. I'm gonna answer his question because he's got a point of order, which rises to the top under Robert's rules. So yes, I think these two get us to the same place. And at this hour, I'm not inclined to argue over form over function. But I think Chris's idea gets us to the exact same place where I was going. So I think it's a distinction without a difference.
All right, if you're fine with that, I'll vote yes. But I like your idea better.
Okay, I don't think JD's on. Carol?
I vote yes.
Yes?
Chris?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We should clap for that.
No, everyone, great, thank you.
Yes, next.
The rest of it's happening.
Another 45 minutes, so the meeting tomorrow.
Right, to a future meeting. What is not a priority in the remainder of the agenda?
I can barely I mean, it.
I'm the canvas, is that?
Yeah,
I will leave it up to mayor, because I can't do a doodle poll on this, but I do just need to put it in everybody's heads that the canvas meeting will be scheduled, the canvas meeting. Like, it's scheduled and on the books.
Okay.
Scheduled.
That sounds important.
I don't want to back and forth. Sorry, that's.
I'll be around.
What's home? Thank you, everyone.
Well, I only see one thing, and if we need to schedule that, meeting, then we can do that. I don't see anything in here. I mean, looking at it real fast here, but just, we can move the committee updates, again, to the next meeting. Yeah, we knew this was gonna be a long meeting.
We got the wildfire update from Eric, so
Yeah.
that's already done.
Yeah, we're good on a lot of that. I would say, you just need the canvas meeting, right?
Yeah, and I just need to just make sure everybody is aware, we have to do it, the county clerk's office, I have to work with them in order to schedule, because we have to make it in conjunction with all the other cities in Wasatch County. And so the county clerk's office is stating that they want to, do the canvas on the 18th. Afternoon, November 18th afternoon. And we can have.
It's
Let me
15 minutes,
double,
right?
yeah, I
It's
want.
really quick.
It's really quick. Let me just double check that that's correct. I feel like it's not. Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, I wrote it and second guessing myself.
Can you ask us if we're available?
I did, but I didn't have a firm date. So yes, she is going to do the finalized results on 11/18 at noon. We'll have to schedule ours on that day afternoon. So put it on your calendars.
And we do
What
it.
day of the week?
That would be a Tuesday,
Is that Tuesday, what time?
No,
afternoon.
so we need to set the time.
After.
This body needs to set the time. We're going to meet.
Yes.
October
I can, no,
November.
November 8th, okay.
so I can do a doodle poll on the exact time. We don't have to set it right now, but I just want to make sure everybody has it on their calendar. Because
For the 18th.
for the 18th.
Okay.
Okay? That's it.
Okay, so if that's the last item, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Could I just make one quick comment? Is there any way that we can start our meetings earlier
I could.
so that we don't have to go until almost midnight?
For the love of God, yes.
Start at 4?
Yeah, one of my, just to give you some, like, I have another jurisdiction, we do their council meeting starting at 3 or 4.
Well, so does Park City.
Yeah, so.
Is that also convenient for the public to come in at 3 to 4? So a lot of people don't get off work until 5.
But they can do Zoom.
You know,
Not from work.
we could rearrange the schedule such that we do the updates first. You know, that way, by the time we get done with the usual stuff, we get to the substantive stuff, it could be closer to 6 o'clock.
Right.
How about this? We've got 2 more council meetings in this calendar year. Then in January, we adopt a new schedule. Why don't we change the time in January to start earlier and let the council in January make that decision?
Seems reasonable.
Well, I mean, that's just, future.
So do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
Chris,
Yes.
Bob,
You're on mute, Bob.
Yes.
Yes.
I think that carries.
So.